Alright, folks, good morning. It is time for us to return to a good day of Long Live the Queen with our copious amounts of notes that we've been building up over the past day. I could just look at the wiki for all this stuff, because I'm quite certain that the wiki tells you exactly what happens on every single week, with variations, because like week 8 on the first playthrough through was when the hospital investment occurred, but because we didn't care at all about the Sedna necklace, wore it, and then we were like, oh yeah, maybe we're considering it. The Duke of Sedna came by on week 8 instead, and the hospital investment got bumped to week 12. So a glance at the wiki would help me out with all this, but it's so much more fun to go through, either ReZero style or Groundhog Day style, and put together meticulous notes about how to survive these early weeks while also building towards surviving the end of the game. And I had to take a pause last time because this level of meticulousness it's stressful sometimes, you know? And I couldn't exactly... I was tempted to look at the wiki, because at this point, we're going to make it where we survive through the, survive through the bandit attack in the forest, go to Gwen's birthday party, and then get killed by chocolates. And I'm pretty sure that this circle here shows how close we are to the end of the game if we get back to midnight. Hold on, I got my notes in the way. Yeah, this circle here, right, that says what week you're on. That little blue dot goes all around. So I'm pretty sure by the time we hit midnight is end of game. And of course Togami's attack is a little bit early before that. And so I'm getting stressed, right? Putting up all these notes about how to get to this point. And I'm like, alright, now that we're at this point, what all do I need for the Senjia invasion? Am I prepared? Do I have time to build up the stats I need to survive not just that, but in the way that I want to? But that's the entire point of going through and building the notes, is if we die at that point, we got all the notes to get back up to that point and adjust. That's the entire idea behind it. Hey Carver, howdy to you. What I need to do is ask Gloss various thorough questions of how to survive this. This is week 28. My notes only go as far as week 27. Foreign affairs, and then I forget what I did. Mood is currently 2 points of cheerful. Oh yeah. Wait. Would the log even work if I had... No, it should have if I saved the game, exited for a couple of days and loaded out. Week 27. Snuck out of the castle to have a little fun. Okay. Adjusting notes. Week 27 was foreign affairs, because I needed foreign affairs at a minimum of 25 so I can build up Novan history. That's right. Because Brienne is going to approach us to want to go into the old forest at the old capital for fun and adventure, but the reason it's the old capital is because the old Lumen kings and queens of Nova did too much magic, and when that happens, nasty things happen. And Brienne doesn't know that. And I need a partial success, I think. To be like, yeah, we know about the old capital, you want to go? And a full success is, Brienne, you idiot. The reason the old capital is abandoned is because there's monsters we're not going to go. It does, Carver. The game has so much stats, and it is impossible to maximize them all by the end of the game. The idea is, you were a bit of a slacker back when you were at school because you're a 14-year-old girl who isn't expected to become queen for ages because mom's queen, but then mom dies, and you have 1 year before coronation. It's pretty much cram school. It's cram school on top of actively being subject to politics and intrigue. And so the idea is that you're studying what you can in this 1 year to prepare yourself for coronation. And if you survive, then you'll finish up the rest of your schooling afterwards. But for this 1 year, you cannot do it all. You can do lots of many things. You could excel at a couple of things maybe. But you gotta make your choices. And those choices will make some things easier or more difficult, make some things impossible, which opens up different routes you can take. You could totally do different builds and different routes. For now, I think I'll give her Novan history today. And that should give us enough knowledge of the old capital to be, Brienne, you idiot, let's not do that, it's too dangerous. You could also get the same thing in lore, but I haven't put any points into my faith. And so I would have to get meditation and divination to at least 25, and then boost lore up to 70 or 80. Because we tried bouncing around on saves to see what happens if we pursue lore instead, and it's not even at 50. I would have to be invested in it by then, and because I've already got Novan history up, so we could have Brynn, we could soothe Brynn over on marrying the Ixionite noble. Anyway. Classes. History, do it. Last two rules from my mother, Queen Fidelity, my grandmother, Queen Ladesh, and her father, King Fulbert. 60 years ago, Duchess Merva died with no close heirs, and King Fulbert claims the land to keep the crown. Which again, that's up to 70, and it doesn't tell us anything about the old castle, the old capital. 200 years ago, great black cloud formed over Nova, bringing cold and sickness. Sun could not shine, the air was gritty and foul-smelling, many people died, including the queen at the time and most of the high nobility before the cloud finally dissipated. And until about 600 years ago, the capital of Nova was on the shores of Catherine Lake in southern Caloris. After it became uninhabitable, a new capital was built here on Lapsea Island. Chaos at that period which triggered the eventual collapse of the Empire. That is History 90. You gotta get to History 90. And that just tells me that it was abandoned. Now, she is wearing her history-boosting outfit right now. And that means that functionally she's at max history. Maybe it's history to say that the capital used to be there, then was abandoned. Because it doesn't say why it was. I think if I went with lore instead of history, it'd be, Brienne, you idiot, it's abandoned because it's covered in monsters. Captured at the Sudbury, carriage up by bandits, but we were smart and we got extra bodyguards. I should probably... History 100 probably isn't going to help me, so it might behoove me to what? To put on my royal regalia instead, for boosts to royal demeanor and such. Oh yeah, how's my flattery right now? Because I could choose between these two. Is Gwenelle, now 15 and a duchess of her own right, independent of her mother, or should she pay attention to her mother more often? Flattery is successful. So this means our notes are working. We have enough to succeed the flattery check here. We could side with Gwenelle. She's 15. She is an adult. Step off, mom. We could side with her mother. You're 15. You're a child. You don't have experience. Pay attention or flatter them both. I'm sure I have a great deal of wisdom to impart, but isn't that what you've already done? You have to trust in the strength of your own teachings. Trust in the strength and intelligence of your daughter. Neither happy, but neither angry with me. That's the important bit. And then Brienne. Brienne, are we going to keep you alive? All the secrets, how to get to the old palace, packed full of treasure. Novan history success. Old capital by Catherine Lake, the abandoned one. They had to leave in a hurry. They left all kinds of treasure behind. You have to be at history 90 to know about the old capital. And nobody ever goes there because the forest is supposed to be haunted. So the treasure's probably still there. Okay, she does know about the monsters though. The forest is just haunted, it's full of monsters of the Keithon. But what if she's right, that it's full of ancient treasure? Okay, I can try to talk her out of it if I offer to help her. If I offer to help her. That is going to be disastrous because that opens up an entire new side plot where Brienne and I sneak out. It's basically old magical nuclear arsenal now, Carver. The reason that capital was abandoned is because it is filled with magical monsters, so it might as well be. But if you choose to help her out, you can't even make it to the palace. It is so dangerous that the best you can do is survive and then flee. That's the best you could hope to do. I could possibly try to talk her out of it. Why not send in the army? Because it might as well be nuclear radiation, you know. It might as well be, like, Godzilla's in there. Since, no joke, they had an army when they had to flee. They had an army, they had magical nobility, and they still had to flee. That tells you exactly why they can't just send a few dudes with spears and swords in. I'm gonna put a save on 4. Name this one Forest? Because I feel like we could potentially slide in trading towards surviving it. We have very little for surviving combat and wounds or anything. But maybe if I put more points into my Lumen skills, I might just be able to magic our way through. But I don't think so. If I try to talk her out, the forest is dangerous, Brienne, not because of ghosts, because of monsters. Conversation success, we can talk her out. Do you know what happens when a monster from the forest gets loose and kills someone? Nothing! Plus angry. Nobody does anything because the monsters are too powerful to fight. So we just let them eat whoever they want and hope they don't take too many. If you go out there, you'll die. And everyone will say it was your own fault. You're scaring me. That's the point. Okay. No fun. But she listens. But what if we offer to help? Don't know any secrets like into the old palace yet. But if you come back to the castle with me, you can check the archives. Supposed to go back to school, but I was already planning to sneak off. I'll ditch the escort, sneak ahead, meet you at the castle. This could be fun. It's an extra point of willful. And now that we have history in, I want to either get her back onto willful momentarily, so we could build up our lumen skills, or depressed. Get her depressed so we could work at our artistic skills. At least it isn't a head into the monster castle immediately type of plan. It's a delayed head into the monster castle. Not even the monster castle, the monster forest surrounding the monster castle. Let's see. If I make her angry, she gets a bonus to weapons and military, and a penalty to royal demeanor, expression, animal, and medicine. That's fine. Willful. If I sneak out, it's +2. And then +1 to lonely. Okay, sneak her out. I could make her depressed and afraid. That'll put anger down to 0, cheerful to 1, yielding to 1. Keep her cheerful for 1 week. Less conversation, athletics, less to weapons, intrigue, and military. I'm gonna make a side deviation to my notes. Week 28 was Novan history. And what are we going to do? Sneak out? Sneak out, I think. So she's still cheerful for now, and that's not going to last. So let me check something quickly. The save we had was here week 27, week 23. Gotta quickly save over gooder here. So I can go back to this one and see what classes was he on. Novan History and Foreign Affairs. Okay. Adjusting my notes for week 27. Because I didn't properly track what both those classes were. Back to where we were. Okay. Alright. Novan is functionally at 100, right? Week 29. I want to get Lumen stuff up right now. Maybe, if I get Lumen stuff up for now, we can survive the forest through power of magic. So let me switch my outfit over to Magical Girl Boost Lumen. Adjust my notes for Forest Route. So if it turns out I don't have... If it's impossible for me to get the stats I need to survive the forest and get to the end game, then we could forget that side of the notes exists. But if it works, then we can merge it with the rest of the notes. So for week 29, let's do Sense, Resist, and Wield are all going to be super important. I think at this point of the game, the ones I want to prioritize the most are all of my Lumen skills, foreign intelligence to learn about Togami, voice so I can actually sing him to death. I don't think I'll even need all my Lumen skills if I want to sing him to death, though. Yeah? Foreign intelligence to learn about him. Voice to be a fucking fantastic singer. I got loads of presents. Probably want elegance and composure high up too. Presents should be plenty. But we'll find out. We'll find out when we get there. So we'll do Sense Magic this week. Sense Magic. To 52, 60, 67.99, so close to good. Found a bunch of maps in the area around Catherine Lake. Great! I also found reports on all sorts of really nasty monsters down there. That was hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years ago, and we haven't made our way back. The palace was abandoned hundreds of years ago. The reports never stopped. I can't find anyone who's gone into the old forest and come back. Well, if it is full of treasure, would you want to tell anyone how you got in and stole some? But these are official reports, though. Look, I know it's dangerous, I'm not stupid. But you and I are educated noble women, not peasants. They're both also roughly 14. I'm good with a sword and a bow. And you? Don't you have magic powers now that you're queen? Well, yes. So come with me. It'll be an awesome adventure. Our parents are going to be so impressed. Conversation. Success. Is that really what this is about? Brianne's parents. Oh. Conversation success means we could read between the lines. So I could agree to help her and not be a party pooper and get an extra point of willful at the party. And then talk her out of it here. Go with Brianne. Send her alone. Tell her not to go. Or be an actual friend. Ask about her parents. Brianne, what's going on with you and your family? Nothing. Really nothing. Ever since Uncle Kevin moved in, my parents don't want anything to do with me. I'm an adult now, you know. Okay, she's at least 15 then. She's 16. So she's a grown-ass adult then. Technically, she's 16. And they still say I have to be at school all the time. I'm the heir. I should be spending time in Mead. When did your uncle move in? I don't know, a few years ago after Gran's divorce. Internal affairs failed. Duchess of Lila divorced her second husband, and then he died. He would have been the stepfather of Brianne's mother and uncle. She doesn't have enough internal affairs to know that there's been some deviancy in that branch of the family. A bit of unfortunate incest or whatnot. Uncles doing what they shouldn't, and so that is why certain members of that branch of the family have been pruned. But you need some higher up intel to learn that. That must have been a stressful time for your family. Yeah, I'm sure, but so what? That was years ago. They've had plenty of time to get over it. I just want them to pay attention to me. If I find the lost treasures of Nova, they'll have to notice. You've already run away from school. If they don't notice that, they won't notice anything. You mean it's hopeless? No, I mean all you need to do is stay here and wait. Getting into more trouble won't make a difference. Oh, I guess maybe you're right. Thanks, Elodie. You're smarter than I remembered. +1 angry. But That does reduce the need. Oh, the lack of sun is that fan turning off. That reduces the need to prep for the forest. So we could do that instead. That's actually helping her out. So what would happen? What points would we get if we talked her out of it? Forest is dangerous because of monsters, conversation success. That was angry, right? Right, angry. I'm already getting plenty of points of angry. But if we don't need... Well... Plus week 28 there. Week 29, we did Sense Magic, right? I'll keep it on that because I still want some. Let me see. We're currently at Cheerful, right? We're at Cheerful. Conversation Athletics, no penalty to expression. Want to get her to Willful, which is bonus to Lumen. But no penalty to expression either. So maybe if we're going to talk her out of it, then instead of Sense Magic for week 29, start building up on expression instead. She's got a minimum 25 for instrument and voice, so just put them both onto decoration. So in my notes, go double into decoration to open up being able to put more points into voice. And then we saw this. We talk her out of it instead because we could actually read between the lines, ask about her parents. We do talk her out of it, so at least you don't have to go into the forest. Angry and Cheerful are both too high up. If we sneak out, we'll have 2 points of Angry, 2 points of Cheerful, 2 points of Lonely, but 3 points of Willful to take dominance. Constantly sneaking out of the castle 3 weeks in a row. But now we got Willful. Toga to boost expression. Maybe we'll meet Togami in a toga to be maximum singers. But let me see, we're at week 30 now, and according to the notes, the chocolates, court manners, dog, or composure should keep us alive. Our court manners are at 41. Our composure is at 57. I could put on the coronet, and that'll boost our composure to 67. But, I want to test. I want to test if having minimum of 50 composure is enough to survive the chocolates. We could try doing court manners. We do have a 1.4 bonus to it. But let's do some training in magic and see if we can survive week 30. This is the last point that we died in, so from this point on, it's new notes. It's new notes from here, because the death by chocolate is the last one we had. So let's give her classes in... Do I want to fully max out my Lumen? Let's do Sense. Because I do still have my aunt to worry about. If you get your Lumen trained up very early on, then you could potentially discover your Aunt Charlotte. Aunt Charlotte? No, Charlotte is your cousin. Lottie. Her mother, I forget her name. Countess of Nyx. You could discover her lumen aura. But if you're not super trained up, then that doesn't go well for you. The Duchess of Mead is here to see you, milady. Elodie, where is my daughter? Which daughter? You know very well that I only have one. Really, mother? Because sometimes I think you don't have one at all. Brienne, thank goodness you're all right. Oh, now you care. You certainly didn't want to see me before. You haven't let me come home in ages. Brienne, darling, there are things you don't understand. I don't understand because you never tell me anything. The Duchess sighs and embraces her daughter. Very well. If that's what it will take, come home with me and I will explain everything. She's 16 after all. She's a grown woman. She ought to be privy to this information. +1 cheerful. Ah! We got +1 cheerful now. We can't have that. Now she's in a cheerful mood. We have to depress her. Afraid and depressed. Afraid and depressed. Visit mom. So this was week 30, right? We did sense magic and then visit mom. It's not entirely a stat debuff, but if she's not super willful, then she doesn't get the +2 to Lumen training. Willful gives her intrigue, military, and Lumen +2. If she's cheerful, then she becomes great at conversation and athletics, and does worse at weapons, military, and intrigue. Eventually, when I get her to the stats I want her to be at, for the sake of being kind, I will try adjusting her stats so she becomes neutral on anger and afraid, neutral on lonely and pressured, maybe a little bit willful, but also grant her her cheerfulness. I do eventually want to be kind and give her a happy mental state by the end. But for now, she's in school and she needs to get her head in the game. Okay, so I had that on week 30 for the notes before, but I did have a bit of an offset on what the weeks were on. So it could have been 31, could have been 32 for the chocolates. I also don't think we got the horse pillow from Arize, since we sent Adair her way, with everything else going on too. Might have stuff push into bumper weeks, or maybe don't qualify for that one this time. Let's go resist magic. Better yet, wield. Wield this week. Week 31. Wield magic. A blade of solid light that he could wield like a sword. If you want to defeat Togami not with song, but in magical combat. He says no weapons. And by all means, you go into the fight without weapons. But that doesn't mean you cannot create a weapon out of magic. That still counts as magic. So if you want to beat him in a magic-to-magic duel, that's the baseline that you want. And then you boost the sword skill, so you can actually use that blade of light effectively. Omen, divination fail, and so week 31 is going to be chocolates then? Do I get to survive week 31 chocolates? You receive a letter from Brienne, hinting at some of the complicated family drama that has been going on. Her father keeps alternating between wanting a divorce and being afraid of losing his home. There's an extra section at the end of the letter written in code. But I didn't put too many points into my ciphering. I put enough to be able to boost some, but ciphering is still success. Her uncle and his stepfather? Her uncle and her mother? No wonder she was trying to hide it. Well, I hope she'll be happier now. Okay. But we did get the failed premonition. A deadly premonition, if you will. For the time being, I want to get these things closer to baseline. If I do attend court, cheerful drops by 1 because it's depression plus 1, lonely drops by 1 because it's pressure plus 1, and then willful drops by 2 because it's yielding plus 2. So basically everything is going to be at 1 point, and because it goes from left to right in the event of a tie, 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 means she'll be angry predominantly. And angry is only weapons and military, so no. So let's visit mom again, baseline, and then 1 point for cheerfulness. So week 31, wield magic, and then see mom. Alright, week 32. There hasn't been anything that really needs skill checks over here, so outfit doesn't matter too much. Classes we've been taking, nothing determines immediate needs. Since it's all building up on rolls I've already had. So even just ciphering 30 is all we need. Cipher 30 is not very complicated. That's still very basic substitution ciphers. But if you want to learn some information about your aunt, she is a lot more skilled in magic as well as intrigue, and so you'll need a lot more ciphering to learn her motives. So, for now, let's get resist magic up. Resist magic. Only up to 80. 80 should be fine, because if I put on this outfit, it's functionally 90 everywhere. Everything's so unsettled lately. Is this going to be the chocolate suite? Could go to tournament. Okay. Prize money will be, or prize for the tournament will be what? Like we talked about the last time we got here, status and praise is the most basic prize it can give. It's basically paying them in exposure if they win. Employment is good. More soldiers and guards, I'm sure, if people show themselves to be capable in the tournament. And everyone loves gold. Because this isn't going to have too much of an impact on things, I'm going to go ahead and look at the wiki to see what the different prizes do behind the scenes. I'm pretty sure status and praise is a poo-poo prize. Gold is great, everyone loves gold. And employment probably helps your army or whatnot. But because this doesn't really impact long-term survival, unless maybe you upset the peasants or nobility, and this determines whether or not they revolt on you. Let's see. Yada, where is what I'm looking for? Events by week. And this is 32, yeah? Status and praise gives no effect because it's basically paying in exposure and nobody cares. Employment does increase army size, and gold costs 100 lassie. Huh. That's it? Okay. Well, if that's all it is, if it's really that minor a choice, I'm gonna go ahead then and give a prize of gold to the winner. We have a full treasury anyway. Purse of gold for the champions. Vase of flowers. Divination fail. Decoration fail. Decoration fail. What if it's decoration fail week 28? Okay, let me... Week 29 was decoration sneak out. Because I kind of want to see. We only ended up with 29 decoration right, not even 30. If we had 0.32 more decoration points, it would count as 30, and every skill check is in points of 10. So what if I put on the new outfit by that point? If I had the new outfit on, decoration sneak out, then it would count as a very high 30. Almost 40, that's so cruel. But would 30 be enough to be able to read the flowers? Probably not. I probably do want it at 40 minimum, maybe 50. But it's worth checking. And then week 30 did Sense Magic and Mom. Sense Magic, Sense Magic. Visit Mom. And then week 31, Wield Magic and Mom. Gets us back to where we were before. Week 32, Resist Magic. And gets us back to where we were. But poison failed again. So, one, I kind of scrolled through and didn't quite catch if getting 30 on expression changed anything. Show me the log again. Go for the champions, verbal draft the announcements, flowers, leaves the blossom was shriveled, someone on the hall was being lazy, flowers should be replaced, continue up the stairs. So, even decoration of 30 doesn't tell me about the flowers. Decoration of 30 doesn't help me with the flowers, and Composure 57 and Court Manners 40 also don't help with the chocolates. Because Court Manners or Composure would have helped me to survive. In that case, what about Composure of 60? If I put on the coronet. coronet would give me composure 67. Maybe the possibility of getting her royal gown messy will be enough to dissuade her from digging into chocolates. She's got very fancy gloves on too. Does she want to pick up the chocolates with those dainty fine gloves? I don't think so. And since we do have the tournament coming up, what week have I started working on expression? Decoration week 29. And then we start doing sense magic stuff, because I was worried at first we'd have to go into the forest. And if we go into the forest, I want some magical protection. And I do want my magic to be higher up. But it only takes these 3 weeks to get them into the 30s. Only 3 weeks to get into the 30s, right? Into the 30s? Into the 80s. Into the 80s for all of them. But since we have tournament, what if I devote some of that time to voice instead? Week 29, we're putting on decoration anyway. So let's adjust these notes a bit. 29 and sneak out will keep. Because I do want to build towards willful. And then, now that everything is at least 25, we can boost beyond 50. So give her classes in the Thum. So week 30 we'll do voice. Different vocal ranges, sol fa system, standing in the correct posture, singing scales for pitch and tone. Duchess of Me, get cheerfulness again. And then sneak out to see Mom. Keep that cheerfulness under control, Missy. We can't have you getting too happy. Then week 30, let's put some more into voice. Voice again. Exercise in dynamic, soft to loud and back again, and agility, singing rapid sequences. Now she really is becoming Freddie Mercury, as Gaius had jokingly anticipated. Familiar songs in chorale, pronunciation and staggered breathing. Voice is up to 90. Meaning, could totally give her voice of 100. Voice is at 95, which is functionally 90 now. Sing it in harmony. It takes it to voice of 80 to sing in harmony. Singing canons, maintain focus and timing with their own vocal parts. Excuse me. Free gust of wind blows out all the candles of the room. So Briony stuff. Do we survive chocolates with the coronet on? Let's see. And then visit Mom again. And now that we have voice of 95. Voice of 95! Now I'll go ahead and put some classes into magic. Willful, we get the bonus. We'll start with wielding. And then do we survive past the chocolates with 67 composure? Come on, 67 composure. Hold a tournament with a prize of gold. Vase of flowers. Divination and decoration fail. Gift from Kegal. Merchant house up the Kavala River. Production and trade failed. Composure success! So at least we don't need any extra training to survive the chocolates. All we have to do is dress the part. Much as you love chocolate, it would be undignified to seem too eager. And I could still eat it now. I could still make the choice to eat it. No, save it for later. I don't feel like candy right now. Maybe later. Alright. We have finally survived the chocolates! Now, if we attend court, depression +1 means this goes baseline. Pressured +1 means this goes to 1. Willful +2. Yielding +2 means yielding can go closer to baseline, and it'll be easier to manipulate her feelings. So let's attend court. Week 32, wield magic, attend court. And a note for week 31 to wear the coronet. Alright. Baseline, baseline, one above baseline, willful maintained. "95 voice is incredible. So let me swap back on over to the Lumen boosting outfit. And we'll do resist or sense next. Reject cheerfulness, return to apathy. The funny thing is, Carver, you could actually make it where everything is baseline. And that creates a special 8th moodlet. We can make her completely neutral, in which nothing gets benefit and nothing gets disadvantage. She can just completely poker face her way through, well, not exactly poker face her way through, she's still a human being who gives emotions during the events it pops up. It's just there's no extreme emotion to sway her any one direction or the other. Let's see, resist or sense? Resist or sense? Let's do resist. Week 33. I'm also going to want to get foreign intelligence pretty high up to learn about Togami, but that'll be afterwards. Let's do resist magic. Magic shield around your body, block an intrusion, powerful but can't keep it for long. Quickly flare magical shields around you to deflect incoming attacks, uses much less energy but needs good timing. Maintain low level deflection field. Magical attacks not directly targeted will slide harmlessly aside, doesn't need much power. And with the outfit, it's functionally resist of 80. This is the week of the general tournament. Nobles and commoners alike have turned out to compete against each other. The people will be pleased if you participate in their games. However, it would expose you to danger. We are the queen. Do we not have bodyguards? Do we not have a magical bodyguard in the form of Juliana? Which event? Mounted parade, if we were good at horses. Jousting, if we were good at polearms. Fencing, if you were good at swords. Archery for the bow. Music, if you practice the voice. Would I need instrument too? Would it be voice and instrument, or voice or? Falconry if you did falconry. None if you're a little coward. Fun fact, you could compete in all of these, but you'll fail in all of them, or at the very least, perform admirably, but not perfectly. Unless you do music. That's the only one you could actually win. You take your place in line for the bardic contest, which is also a little bit of foreshadowing for later in the game. You aren't trained in any instrument that's appropriate for a setting like this, so you'll have to sing a cappella. Partial success. So I would need instrument and voice to succeed in the bardic contest. You don't embarrass yourself, but your song won't be remembered as a highlight of the day either. All the winners are announced and displayed to great cheers as near Queen you place flower garlands around their necks. After the tournament, a minor tragedy is revealed. One of the stewards apparently had an incredible sweet tooth and dared to steal a piece of your recently received chocolates. He had a sweet tooth. The chocolates were poisoned. What? Who could have foreseen such a thing? When you ask questions, it turns out that the merchant house which supposedly sent you this as a present never existed. Someone has tried to kill you, but you don't know who. Alright. But what if they put on the toga instead? What if we put on the toga instead to have a maximum of 100 voice? Week 29 we did decoration. We'll get through eventually, I promise. We got skip technology, so we can make our way through quickly. Coronet to survive the chocolates first. Week 30 was voice. If I'm gonna put points into voice, then can I max things out with the outfit? Visit mom. And in maxing things out with the outfit, actually succeed with my a cappella singing. Voice, mom, we're coronet, week 31. And then now that we survived the chocolate, swap back out to the expression booster, putting us at 100 voice. Is 100 voice going to be enough to cinch it? It probably won't be. I'll probably require an instrument to play with. Or we could add an instrument now. We'll stick to let's do wield. That way I'll get a little bit extra point in Lumen, and the resist can get a little bit higher. And then day of the tournament. No, that's right, this is week 32. Week 32 was wield magic at 10 court. It was resist on week 33. So I could put points into instrument for 2 weeks if I wanted to. I could. But do I want to? Do I want to? Maybe if we have more time before the Togami attack, then I might find that I do have a couple of weeks available to put points into instruments. That's right. It was week 32. Wait. Right. Start of week 32, put the coronet on. I was a week too early. Adjust notes. Week 32, wear coronet. And then week 33 can put on the toga. Back to week 29. Decoration. We'll get through here, I promise. Week 29, sneak out. And then week 30 is Voci Voci. Then go see mom. Go ahead, put the coronet on ahead of time. And then voice and voice. 95. Ciphering success. I saw that ciphering success from Brianne's letter and thought, oh, that was a chocolate. So alright, I'll take this thing off again. Okay. Keeping it on for now. And then wield magic. We're going to make it through this. Then the chocolates, yeah? Then the chocolates from Kigal. Save it for later. Composure success. Attend court. To get everything else closer to baseline, while still maintaining my willfulness for mood manipulation. Now I'll wear the toga. And put a save over week 23. Over week 23. So I don't have to go back to week 29 every single time I botch something up. Or want to experiment with something. Week 29. 74 wheeled magic, let's do sense of 37. Up to 80. Detect the latent power that signifies a lumen even when not actively working magic. So if I want to reveal my aunt as early as a gala, I'll need to get accounting or presence to 70 ASAP, which for presence would mean royal demeanor, get yielding ASAP. So maybe accounting, rush accounting to 70. And then get to willful to rush. Jeez, what would I need? At least 3 weeks of lumen to get everything to roughly 30, and then sense magic to 80. Because a gala, when's a gala? That's pretty early in. That's week 17. I would have to do all that by week 17 and not botch everything up until then. That means the Sedna necklace with Talaris that he sends you. That means the Ixion insurrection on week 13. That means maybe having to sacrifice the printing press investments. But if you're going to go all in magic early in, that also has its benefits. Grand Tournament. This time, we have the toga on. So this counts as what? 30 or 40? Or 40 or 50 for instrument? And more importantly, counts as 100 for voice? Instrument is still fail. You need instrument to be way high up. Voice success. Without an instrument, your performance is well received at least, but overshadowed by those whose talents are more in line with the expected style. So you still need an instrument to really excel. Had a sweet tooth. House never existed, and now we are a feared. I can't raise I could raise angry with dungeons. That's willful +1 as well. I guess that's not the worst. Visit the dungeons, and then fear and anger becomes baseline, and willful's only +2. Sneak a peek at some of the luckless peasants out of the dungeons, petty thieves and troublemakers now suffer the dark. Obviously bad people, but seeing them so miserable still feels unfair. There must be a better way. This is actually affected by our cruelty. We have at least 1 point of cruelty because I'm pretty sure that we were mean to Alice early on when she bumped into us. But 1 point of cruel isn't going to change things too much. If I was mean to Alice, and then executed people every time we had the chance, say, and took some bullying options here or there, then when you go down to the dungeons, you're not just, oh, these poor souls, there must be a better way. You actually poke and prod at them, get a bit more cruel at them, which also increases your cruelty stat. So if you're cruel, not only are you more cruel to the peasants, or to the prisoners, but it also makes you even more cruel in the background stat. Visit dungeon, week 33. So we are willful and a little bit lonely, with excellent singing, just not enough to really win the tournament. Magic is pretty phenomenal. We'll do a point of resist next, and then I think do some foreign intel. So what am I missing? Resist magic? Because it's +2 for the mood, and then +0.87 for the points of mysticality that are building up with these lessons. Which means at baseline 80. My lady, your father wishes to speak with you. He says it's urgent. I'll be there in a minute. There's someone I have to talk to first. You wait for the maid to leave, then hurry off to rendezvous with your agent. Your Highness, I had a quiet chat with the workers of the cargo ship which carried the poisoned chocolates. Seems someone was bribed to take that package on board, not in Kigal, but further down the river in Merva, where my aunt and her family live. I had a look at the car that came with it and checked it against your correspondence. For a moment, you are mildly annoyed that she somehow managed to get into your personal mail and read it without asking you. But then, that is the sort of thing you hired her for. And the handwriting does bear a certain similarity to a prominent noble. You won't like this. What is it? Your Aunt Lucille, that was her name. The Countess of Nyx. What? I can't be certain. And even if she wrote the card, doesn't mean she's behind the poison. She is. But I'd be careful. If something happens to you, who benefits? Who inherits? That'd be Lottie. My Uncle Laurent, her husband. If you'd like, I could travel to the ducal seat in Merva, see if I can't find out more. Yes, fine, go. Maybe this is all a clever trick or a misunderstanding. Oh, Elodie, it is not. And Dad wants to talk to me, which is probably more bad news. You find your father standing over a map of the coastline, his face grave. Ships have been sighted on approach from Sangia, not trade ships. This is a war fleet. So by week 34, we find out that Togami is on approach. What? Within a week, they'll be in Novan waters. Within 2, they could reach the capital. I got 2 weeks to get intrigue and whatever else I need up. Then we will have to fight to defend ourselves. You can try to use the treasury funds to hire additional soldiers, but it may be difficult on short notice. The truth is, you are not winning with military might unless 1, you've trained yourself on military, for strategy, for a navy, etc. And for climbing, because you gotta lead at sea too. You gotta build up alliances, you probably gotta marry someone so their armies can help you. But you also can't lose any soldiers, so if there's any insurrections or anything, you don't want to take militaristic options, because that means those lives that are lost in those minor conflicts aren't going to help you here. And then you want to recruit more soldiers every opportunity possible. So if you have the printing press, then you better have built up strategy beforehand, so you have the option for recruitment propaganda. And for the tournament, you would want to... what is it? Have employment be the prize for victory. Both those things will boost up your regiments as well. And then maybe you might stand a chance. Let's not recruit more soldiers. No, it's too late for that. You will need to draw up a naval strategy for our ships to carry out. You could choose to act as admiral and lead the fleet in person, but the danger to you would be very great. Unless you think your personal skills will make the difference, I would strongly advise against it. Stay in the capital. No, there's too much to do here. I can't go to sea. Okay. Let's go to church to get rid of our fearness for the time being. And so we did wield magic, resist magic, right? Or is it sense magic? Wield, sense, then resist, was it? Let's see what my log had to say on that previous week. Studied resist. And then chose to... Okay. So, we're still willful. So now is the time to get some foreign intelligence in. We simply need enough to learn more about Togami. It's a bit late now to learn about the world around us. A bit late for foreign military intelligence. But we have the bonus. Now that we have a military coming to our shores, tell us more about them. And do I want to change outfits? Voice is at 100. Catsuit would boost intrigue, but it does look kind of silly. Maybe we'll meet them as a queen that we are. And then do 2 classes, foreign intelligence. Tombulans, Pirates out of Orcus, Lumen Shams and Borealis are fakers, Duchess Elas, Terex. So, 80 isn't good enough. This isn't telling me about Togami. Danger on the high seas. Ships close in on each other, angling into range. The Sanjians have half again as many troops as you do. It doesn't look promising. The eventual outcome is not in your favor. The Novan ships are sunk or scattered as Sanjian forces press towards landfall. Many good soldiers lost today, and Novan's troubles have not ended. Since you have failed to repel the invasion, the Sanjin fleet will soon land, and their troops will begin to progress towards your capital city. Your remaining soldiers will hold them off as long as possible, of course. But the main strength of your military has been exhausted. Nova's future looks bleak. Well, I still want willfulness. Ursel? Duchess Ursel Juliana, what have you got to say today? Psst, I need to talk to you. What is it? That priestess Celine, she's a lumen. It's taken you till now to realize it. I know. What do you mean you know? If you knew, why didn't you tell me? You didn't need to know. Your job is managing the domain. Some of us have other duties. Image passed down for centuries, little princess. It's just lore. It's just telling us that their primary duty as Lumen advisors is to keep the realm stable, to keep the magic going, and not to be beholden to temporary mortal queens. Lore plus presence, lore plus conversation failed. You're supposed to obey me. I order you to tell me everything you know. Would require more time than available. If you survive, you will learn. Anger +1. Made her an angry 2 points of anger with that. Weapons and military. Penalty to demeanor, expression, animal, and medicine. So even if I wanted to maintain some composure or learn some presence, well, I could do one more class in foreign intelligence, which I'll need anyway. Let me go back though, because talking to Juliana, all that did was move my stats in places I don't want it. Week 33 was Sense Magic Visit Dungeon. And then week 34, Resist Magic in Church. What if I recruit? We'll recruit soldiers. Stay in the capital. And then church, right? To nullify my fear. And then week 35 I did 4 in intelligence. And I'll still need one more. Foreign intelligence to get... I need intel of 90. How am I still behind on 90? Stay willful. 1 point willful. Lonely and afraid. Depressed and afraid. I don't need. The only real way of getting pressured is with this. And I don't want yielding to drop my willful to 0, because then pressure will take dominance, or depression will take dominance. And I don't want depression just yet. Lonely and cheerful, willful and lonely. What if I visit her? And then just accept things as are. It's 1 point of angry to learn that, oh my goodness, they're keeping stuff for me. Let it go. Yielding. Which means 1 angry, 1 willful. Which puts her at angry again. So Juliana is not the way to go. +1 willful then. After recruiting more soldiers, 8,566 gold lassie, 11 silver tilassie, which is fine. So, week 35, foreign intelligence, and then visit the treasury, maintain a respectable but not too high amount of willfulness. And so how do I survive what's next? With the coronet, I'm looking at 82 presence, 67 composure. Excuse me. I'm definitely going to need one more point of foreign intelligence. One more point of foreign intelligence, and then what? What is going to help me with this? Maybe public speaking? Let's say foreign intelligence and public speaking. This is basically the do or die point. Everything on these notes we've been taking is basically building up to surviving to this point of the game and hopefully picking up on some side stuff that I think are rather attractive and that I want. And then surviving the Sanjian invasion. By this point, we better have the things to survive the Sanjian invasion at a minimum, because if you don't, game over. Surviving to this point, surviving through this point, and hopefully picking up some good things along the way. Got my coronet. Got respectable skills, fantastic singing, good magics, good intel. Hopefully after this. Let's hope that this gives me what I need. Queen of Sanjia is wedded to a non-noble court musician whom she initially took as a consort, barring any offspring from inheriting the throne, since passed new laws to give not only their children but also the man himself an equal claim to the crown. And rumor has it that the king of Sanjia has become the true power behind the throne, and may also have the powers of a lumen, a controversial figure within the domain, but ministers who speak against him have been known to disappear. Here we go. Nothing more to learn about foreign intelligence. The invasion of Nova is proceeding. Your coastline is under Sanjian control. Soldiers march through your villages, trampling fields and frightening citizens. A diplomatic delegation from Sanjia has requested access to the castle to discuss terms, most likely your surrender. You lack the strength to hold off their armies, and surrendering now will save many lives. It would seem you have no choice. You prepare yourself as best you can to meet with representatives of Sanjia. You expected diplomats and a military representative, a general or an admiral. You did not expect the handsome man decked in jewels who now stands before you. A man announced by your servants as Togami, king of Sanjia. King consort he should be, if even that much. He's a common musician who married his way to the throne. And, since magic, he's a lumen too. My dear young lady, how difficult this must be for you. So much responsibility at such a tender age. Age unknown. Composure success? You yearn to slap the false sympathy off his oily face, but force yourself to remain calm. War benefits no one, don't you think? Such a terrible waste. Better to settle things in a civilized manner. A contest, a game, so to speak, with Nova as the stakes. Should I win, then your domain will submit and accept me as overlord with no further resistance. Should I lose, then my army will leave your domain in peace and shed no more blood. What sort of game? It is well known that Nova is ruled by lumens, As it happens, I too possess the powers of a lumen. I propose a formal duel. My powers against yours. The winner takes control of Nova. The loser dies. Your game by your rules for my life? That doesn't sound fair to me. The rules of formal dueling have been passed down for centuries and must be upheld. It is important that we do this by the ancient codes. Why should I? If you refuse, then the war will continue. I'll sweeten the deal. If you meet me in a formal Lumen challenge, I'll call off the invasion even if I win. Really? I swear it by the gods. Nova will be free and safe. Why take the risk? You're winning the war. It is not the land that I want, it's your crystal. It won't work for you. How little you know. Under the right circumstances, residences can be changed. To gain your power, I am willing to wager my own. Shall we begin? Sense magic failed. What choice do I have? But foreign intelligence lets us know. He was a musician once, before he married his way to power. Can I use that? Lore failed. Accept his terms, or offer to give him your power. Sing to him or refuse outright. We do have plenty respectable magic. If we had supplemented that magical power with some sword fighting skill, then we could accept his terms. Duel him, no weapons, pure magic. Whip out a magical sword and lob his head off. We take his crystal, we win, his armies go away. But Elodie has recently picked up some singing lessons. Wait, we're civilized people here, and if I might die, I need to compose myself first. You have only one chance for this, one hope to touch the heart of the man beneath the monster. You know so little about him, but he is a father who was once a musician. Music may reach him where nothing else can. And so, you begin your favorite song. Instrument plus voice. So I didn't need to maximize my voice all the way to the end. For weeks 30 and 31, I could have put a mix of voice and instrument, which would have helped me out a lot more at the tournament too, I bet. Instrument plus voice. We're basically just going a cappella at him. We could have had both. We could have had instrumental backing. You were afraid he would be impatient and order you to stop. But it seems that at least for the moment he is listening. Pretty. What is it? Something my mother used to sing to me. She was the queen. She was always so busy, but she loved me. When she had time to be with me, to hold me, to play and sing, I miss those moments. Are you crying? How pathetic. Public speaking failed. So putting points into that was a good idea, but it wasn't enough. You struggle to answer, but the memories of your loss are too painful, it's no use. Ah, come on! I needed public speaking to be higher too. So, we're already here. We have to at least do the game over, right? Accept his terms. Then, I must. Public speaking has to be boosted by here. Looking at my notes, it's kind of tight. There's not exactly anything at any moment that is out of place as an excess. Maybe some of the magic stuff if I have no intention of wielding magic. I haven't needed to wield magic yet. So, week 31, week 30, 31, and 32. I could probably devote elsewhere as well. Togami explains the rules of formal dueling with you, including a carefully inscribed circle of wards which contain the effects of any powers you wield, protecting bystanders from danger. And then it is time to begin. Resist magic success, you trade attacks. One spell sensed and countered by another, reserving your strength as much as possible. It might almost be exciting if your life weren't on the line. Sense success. You need to end this quickly before his experience allows him to come up with a trick you cannot defeat. He's used to dealing with magical attacks, but he might not be expecting a physical one. Perhaps if you rushed him, you could take him off guard. Up close, he couldn't use his fancy spells, but what would you do then? You would still have to use magic to win. You can't just grab him and bang his head against the floor. Perhaps you could focus your power into the shape of a sword and attack him with that. Or maybe you could distract him somehow. You could cast a spell he couldn't block. But we just explained that he has experience with magical attacks, and dazzling is a much lower spell level than a magical sword is. I haven't got any sword skills, so this will very likely fail. Motes of shimmering moonlight coalesce into a weapon in your hand. Reflexes plus sword. Failed! You lunge, but he ducks under your blade and rolls away. Before you can regain your target, he summons up a shield of red fire that surrounds him totally. Now it ends. The fire sweeps forward, devouring your vision. For yet one more death. So, getting foreign intelligence by the time I need it, we managed to do. Public speaking, though, wasn't quite high enough. The song alone isn't enough to sway him. We have to put words and meaning to it. So how far back to go? Week 33, week 35, week 32, all the way to Gwen's birthday party. Let's do that, because I want to see if doing one class of voice on week 30 and then one class of instrument on week 31, because it was voice plus instrument that it gave. I'm already at 90 voice, so I don't need too much from either side. I could very easily get 60 and 60, and that'll be an excess of my 90 voice that I had by the end. And if it could also potentially help things out at the tournament, that'd be an okay litmus test. And then while Sense Magic let me know that he was a Lumen user, he straight up comes out and tells me that anyway, since the rules of the tournament, or not the tournament, the magical duel, going through the magical duel can help change the resonance of the Lumen Crystal, and so he wants us to know that he is a user. He wants us to go through with it, so he can take and use our crystal. Week 31, no, week 28, week 28, Novan History, then Sneak Out. Gets us still cheerful, all the way back to week 28. Week 29, Decoration and Sneak Out. Ask about her parents. +1 angry, Sneak Out again for week 29. Putting us into the willful threshold. And I'm going to want the coronet in a couple of weeks, so my composure prevents me from eating poison chocolates. So, we'll stay on voice this week, then do instrument next week. Let's do instrument, then voice. Keyboard, pianoforte. Musical notation, familiar songs of pianoforte. Complex runs, trills, transpositions of the pianoforte. And this was voice, then visit mom. That'll attempt to start neutralizing some of these extreme emotions. Week 31. So we did instrument for week 30 this time. And then voice for 31. Vocal ranges, sol, fa. Correct posture, singing scales, dynamics. And then visit mom again. Closer to baseline mood. So, week 32 onward, went wield magic, sense magic, resist magic, foreign intel and public speaking. We're still willful. Willful gives a penalty to royal demeanor. But public speaking is in conversation. My sociality still gives us a bonus of 1.41 for that. So let's move things around. Let's do foreign intelligence this week. And we have our coronet worn. Foreign intelligence, foreign intelligence. Let's do employment this time. Winners got the option to take up royal appointments, a recruitment drive. Save the chocolates for later. And then attend court. Nearly finishing off our base lineage. And then this week we'll do honestly, I don't need the foreign intelligence right now. So I feel like role-playing wise, at this point, it probably fits me better to do foreign intelligence on week 35 and 36, as she's frantically trying to learn more about this enemy. It makes no difference what order I do this in, but it feels right to me for her to be studying up on other things, and then oh no, here's invasion. And then for those 2 weeks, learning who the fuck is this enemy in the first place. So week 30, right? Instrument, voice, we'll keep that as is. Instrument, then visit mom. Voice, and visit mom. And then I'll say foreign intel for weeks 35 and 36, because that's her oh shit moment, who even is this guy? So maybe... What if we do sense magic, resist magic, and she's already at a respectable 33.3 wielding magic. She doesn't feel any need right now to become an offensive magic user, but she might want to know. Whoops. That is weird. I meant to start typing into my notepad for my notes, and it turns out that Shift R makes the game itself refresh into itself. Learning new things every single day. This is a Ren'Py made game after all. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Ren'Py shortcuts still work. Week 32. Let's do it as Resist Magic Week 32, Sense Magic Week 33, Week 34. We can give her public speaking. Resist this week. That only brings it up to 70 for resist. Tournament with employment as a possibility. Get from Kegal, don't need it. Composure success. Resist magic that attend court. How about this? Because she's going to be doing a tournament later on, we'll do resist magic in week 32, then tournaments coming up, better practice her public speaking, and so it'll be public speaking week 33, and then tournaments over, everything's hunky-dory, then sense magic week 34. Sound good? Sounds good. So week 33, prepare for the upcoming tournament by working more on her public speaking skills. The last time she did public speaking for a crowd, she floundered so bad, and so she's got motive to study harder this time. Excuse me. Collections of made-up nonsense, collection of famous historical speeches. Public speaking 50 isn't enough. What if I devote an entire day to it? Borrow the menu for an upcoming banquet, practice delivering it as a dramatic speech to an audience of confused chambermaids, debate techniques and practice them by trying to convince the castle gardener why a new fountain would be a good idea. This could be all I need, a bit of rhetoric into her. Then week of the grand tournament. This time, instead of going all in for voice, I didn't put the toga back on. But if I split music and voice the way we did this time, instrument and voice, will this be enough to get us a better placement? Instrument is still fails, it's still a cappella. Back to week 29. Let me get the toga back on. Week 29, week 30. We'll get through this eventually. Instrument. Visit mom. Keep the coronet on. Week 31. Voice. Visit mom. Week 32. Coronet on. Resist magic. Then there's a tournament. Don't eat the chocolates just yet. Attend court. And then because you survived the chocolates, we got tournament coming up. Better take classes in public speaking. But also we're gonna participate. And we got It was at 60 plus 60. So before I had it, where voice was at 90. And because singing to Togami is a combined instrument plus voice, that tells us instrument plus voice equal to 90 is okay. Now it is instrument plus voice equal to 140. Well, let me see. Because I didn't have 0 on instrument. I had like 30, right? So it was like 90 plus 30 to 120. 120 was okay. Now it's 70 plus 70 to 140. Very okay. So for Togami, actually, we didn't have the toga on. It was at 90 plus 30, so 120. Without the toga, it's 60 plus 60, also to 120. So maybe for Togami, it just needs to be instrument plus voice equal to 100. And getting that high before was good enough to get that value. So either way, we should be good for Togami. If we have instrument and voice to 140, will that get me through? 70 on instrument, so I don't have to do it a cappella. 70 on voice. And classes in public speaking. Because we have learned our lesson from the Festival of Saint What's-Her-Face. Music. Instrument is still fail. And because our voice isn't at 90 anymore, still only partial success. Tells me that we do not, in fact, require our voice to be all that great, or the instrument to be all that great. Even at 70, we didn't get anything special for instrument. It still said that we weren't good. Even at 70, we weren't good enough at instruments to compete with instruments. So we'll just go voice. Voice for 2 weeks. Voice and mom. And then voice and mom. Week 31, we get poison next week. Then week 32, switch on over to resist magic. Coronet is being worn, so we could have enough composure to not consume chocolates right off the bat from seeing it. Resist magic, attend court, wear coronet. Coronet's been worn. Week 33. Public speaking. And shift that save to here now, because mostly that's just vanity to see if I can do a little bit better at the tournament. And the answer is no, unless I went very all in with instrument as well. But we haven't got time to go all in for instrument as well. Unless... instead of resist magic last week, I did instrument. Voice, and instrument. Or instrument, no. Instrument, voice? Because instrument would get instrument to 100. And then if I did voice again, that'll get voice to somewhere in 60 or 70. And then toga to get to 70 or 80. So instrument would make it so I wouldn't have to be a cappella. Do I bother? week 32, we could go back to last week. I don't need resist magic right now. I'm going back to last week. She's got 100 voice now. Week 33. Oh, she's on week 33 here, though. It says week 32, but it's already too late. I would have to go all the way back. Is it really too late? It's already week 33. I'm gonna do this. Gonna go all the way back here to week 28, sneak out. Then let's get our coronet back on. And then week 29, decoration. Just to get through that threshold. Decoration, sneak out. Then voice. Okay. Voice. Voice, see mom. And then week 31. 58.9. Voice again. See mom again. And then week 32. Do instrument. Giving me a native 95.5 on voice. $72 on instrument. Employment. Save the chocolates for later. Attend court. And then switch over to toga. 100 for voice, 82 for instrument. Come on. This has gotta give me a good performance at the tournament. This doesn't matter at all for Togami, but it matters to me. Participate in music. Instrument still failed! Instrument still fails! So it doesn't matter at all. Resist magic, then for week 32. And that's what we did in this timeline, right? Week 32, studied resist magic in the morning and afternoon, yeah. Okay. Then week 33, wear toga, doesn't make a difference, even at 100 voice. I could probably flip it, make it 100 instrument. I could flip it. We got this save over here. We could flip decoration, instrument, and then voice. Week 29 would then be Decoration, decoration to break through the threshold. And then sneak out again. Instrument, instrument, and then one voice. The important thing is that voice plus instrument hits at least 90, has at least 100 for Togami. Instrument, instrument, visit mom. But then again, it's at 64, right? But the voice is gonna be so low too. But if I replace week 32 resist magic with a full line of voice, I could do one instrument and one voice here, and that'll boost instrument up to at least 80, 90 with the toga, and then voice for a full day. Instrument to 80. And that's a week 31. Combine voice, instrument, and then mom. Week 32, or the coronet. Do a full course on the voice. Brings it up to 84. So both voice and instrument are going to be super high. And then a 10 court. And now that we've got that going, put on our toga. So that now, 93 and 94. Full-on expression. Let me put some parentheticals just in case this works. Instrument, instrument, voice, voice. This is putting me behind on magical training though. Public speaking to 78. I bet you 80 is what I need. Maybe even 90. Music. Instrument success. When your turn comes, you take a seat at a beautiful wooden harp and let the notes fall like rain. And then fail! I still need 100! Attempt to sing while you play, but it's difficult to control your breathing while focusing on the notes. The end result really isn't your best performance. At first, it looks like the judges may be tempted towards you anyway, but there's a few murmurs about the consequences of giving the contest to the crown, so recognition goes to another. So all that, and there isn't even any point. So I'll keep week 30 as voice, week 31 as voice, week 32 resist magic, and now week 33, just get some public speaking into here. Week 33 is public speaking and wear toga. Voice is 95. I would have needed it to be 100. 90 instrument and 100 voice. If she was depressed, if we had her depressed, then she would have had better bonuses to expression and probably would have hit at least 90 natively through training without having to take 3 days to do it. Fail on instrument, voice success. Performance well received but overshadowed by those who weren't doing it a cappella. I'll take that. And then visit the dungeon. And then we did sense magic in church, right? Excuse me. 82. Signifies the lumen even when they're not actively working magic. Then invasion. Let's recruit more soldiers. We'll stay in the capital. Not that it makes too much difference, but between tournament prize as they get to have royal office, they get to be soldiers, recruiting more soldiers. If you want to win militaristically, you need to take every opportunity to recruit, lose no one, maybe get alliance, but also lead at sea. So getting more soldiers doesn't matter at all. So this is week 34, right? Because did public speaking, and then church to drop our anger, to drop our fear. Then foreign intelligence. And then one more point of foreign intelligence will still be necessary. Because it only goes up to 80 here. War failed, visit the treasury, keep willfulness up. Then what I have it in the notes for the last time was foreign intelligence and public speaking, but 1 point of public speaking wasn't going to be enough. I might need 1 more point again, because we got it to public speaking of 78. But I bet you it needs 80. I bet you it needs 80. Create, memorize a short speech of your own. Read about a subject, memorize good phrases. Let's see if 78 is sufficient. I really doubt it is. Because I do want to get more Lumen stuff in as well. Innate resistance to mind-affecting magic. Burn out a spell that someone else casts. Okay. All these successes. Sing to him. Instrument voice success. But is public speaking 70 enough? Public speaking success. 70 is all you needed. Don't you sing to your children? That is no business of yours. Isn't it? If we fight, if I defeat you somehow, then your own children will miss those songs. Well then, perhaps you had better lose. And what happens then? What? When you've killed me and taken my crystal, what do you do then? You came from nothing and made yourself a king. But that wasn't enough for you. So you pushed the boundaries. You conquered territory, you came after Nova. After me, do you go home to your children? Or do you go after another crystal, another domain? Be quiet. You know nothing of the world, and then world history fail! You have the world, but if you're not happy, then what's the point? From shocked murmurs on the part of the Sanjian delegation, you can guess that no one has dared to talk to the king like this in a long, long time. You hold your ground, meeting his eyes with your own, willing him to listen to you. It doesn't have to be like this. You and I, we could be friends, we say, to the person who murdered our mother. You don't learn that unless you take different options. We could learn from each other. We could be a part of something greater than ourselves, a new peace, and you can sing to your children. I have not sung in a very long time. I'll teach you my songs. You hold out your hand to him, open and empty. You see that, tournament judges? Just because we didn't sing with the harp, our song was beautiful but didn't win accolades. Did any other person's songs sway an invading king into peace? We can do this together. For a long moment he stands frozen. Then at last he sighs and places his hand in yours. And just like that, the war is over. The war is over at week 36. That was foreign intelligence and resist magic, right? Because we sense magic. Now resist. Mood. I want to make her more cheerful. But the options for cheerfulness increase lonely. And the only option for pressure that I have right now to reduce loneliness also boosts yielding. Maybe she's gonna have no choice but to be a little bit lonely. She did, after all, lose her mother, so perhaps depression gets replaced with loneliness. But from this point on, I think the only things that I really want for the rest of the game, because we've survived everything leading up to this point. We survived the forest, we survived chocolates. We haven't had anybody marching on our borders except for the Sanjian fleet, which is going to invade anyway at week 36. So it's kind of smooth sailing from here on out. +1 lonely, +1 yielding. 2, 2, 1. Okay, let's play with our toys. Because if I go this instead, 1 and then 1, she'll be depressed. And I still want to be yielding. After all of that, after 2 weeks of invasion, I'm gonna spend some time alone in my room with my toys and decompress. Okay. Week 36, foreign intelligence, resist magic, and toys. So, voice of 95, composure 67, public speaking 70. That's enough. This right here, this little social block right here, is enough to survive the invasion. With voice coming in as a last-minute thing, with public speaking being refined coming in as a last-minute thing. No points in physicality. bare points in economics and medicine. No points at all in military. No physicality, no military. Pretty good intrigue, though. We do have the intrigue mind. Sense magic at 82 is pretty high up. Maybe we'll do wield magic today, and then get more ciphers in. Blade of Light on 50. So I got like 80, 90, and 80. Which, with this outfit, is going to be more like 90, 190. The Sanjians have retreated to their own territory, and the mood throughout Nova is one of cautious optimism. It is not so easy to replace the lives lost and the damage already done, but it is still a relief to believe that it is all over and nothing worse is coming. Small celebrations are being planned in many towns and villages. Your popularity is rising, +1 cheerful. It would seem that everyone loves you. Almost everyone. I have a great deal of news to report. Everything we suspect was true and worse. Were you aware that your Aunt Lucille is a lumen? She what? I found her journals. They were in code, of course, but no match for my talents. Your aunt intends to take over Nova and rule as an unstoppable mother-daughter lumen team. Charlotte is a lumen? No. Your aunt intends to give her your power and your crown. Where are the journals? I want to see them. If I had taken them, she would know her secret was exposed. Then there's no proof? Proof is a thing that rarely exists, Your Highness. There is always doubt. If this is true, then she has to be stopped at once, whatever the cost. Oh, my cheerfulness got replaced by depressed. If it's not true, I would be attacking my own best support, my family. There may be a way to test whether this agent is telling the truth. Ask about Charlotte's powers. We did get bit by the snake, right? I'm pretty sure we would know by now that it's healing magic. These journals, did they say anything about what my Aunt Lucille was trying to train Charlotte in? Well, it's not like she already has some kind of healing power, but that can't be right. No, it's true. So if we avoided the snake, we wouldn't have known this. It behooved me to get bit. Thank you for your service. Go now. I will deal with this. You will now have to decide what to do about the Mervyn Serpent's Nest. Was Uncle Laurent involved in this? Or was it all Lucille? And Charlotte, how much did she know? Execute Lucille only. Execute Lucille and Laurent. Execute Lucille, banish the rest. Execute the entire family. Or banish the entire family. Now, I'm pretty darn certain, through foreknowledge and hindsight, that it's only Lucille that's involved, really. I'm also pretty sure that there is a way to make Aunt Lucille, like, a minister of Lumen Affairs or whatever, but clearly we don't have that option. I think for that, it would have been enough to boost your Lumen abilities at the very start of the game. So either rush into Accountancy 70, which I suppose if I want production plus trade equal 50 by week 8, then that gives Accountancy the ability to rise to 70. So there's an option then. The first 2 weeks could be production and trade to 50. Third week could be production or trade, and then also accountancy. Because that way, you would have a production and trade at or near 30. No. They would have to both go, right? Because early on, it's only plus 10 to 20 for 1 week of classes. So, first week production, second week trade, third week production and trade. That'll get them both to over 25. And then accountancy for like 2 weeks, maybe a third. And then you get your lumen crystal, and you're 6 weeks in already. The gala is at week 17, so that gives you 11 weeks. 11 weeks to get your lumen abilities higher up, which should maybe take 4 or 5 weeks. And so 9. And then 8 more weeks to practice your more courtly stuff. Or maybe get more of your court manners, your Novan history, so that you know that Duchess Bryn is the reason why there's trouble going on in Ixion, so you could put the blame on her. Otherwise, you have to go to war, give up territory, give up money, or bluff. You might be able to fit that in actually then. I went for presence instead because royal demeanor. You want presence anyway. But apart from standing your ground with Togami, there hasn't been too many things across the past few weeks that would have required presence especially. I got into the treasury with presence at week 15, which puts our lumen powers at too immature to engage with our aunt at the week 17 stuff, the gala at week 17. But if we instead production, trade, there's also herbs. But that gets bumped down to, would have been week 12, but ended up a bit further down to week 14. So if we wanted to go lumen first, there definitely would have been ways to do it, but since we didn't, and so we didn't be like, Aunt, I know you're a lumen, which normally gets you killed because she doesn't want that secret revealed. If you had the sense magic and resist magic to be like, Aunt, we know you're a lumen, and also you can't touch us, we could have made her a minister. And she would have been satisfied with that because then she gets power, and she wants power. Either with Charlotte becoming queen and then her being the power behind the throne, or a ministry position. But because she wants to be a little Blackadder, we don't know about her abilities and her ambitions, and so we can't give her the ministry position. All we know is she's been trying to get us killed. She sent the snake. She sent the poison chocolate. I'm sorry, Auntie, but you gotta go. With a heavy heart, you sign the orders. Okay. Lonely is gonna get a boost. I'm gonna lose my wolfulness either way. If I play with toys, I become more cheerful and then more lonely, which penalizes intrigue. If I attend court, willfulness goes to baseline, lonely goes down to 1, cheerfulness goes to 0, and then loneliness still wins. Hey Hordian, how we being? We just survived getting invaded by a powerful foreign fleet, and I've just found out that all this time my aunt has been trying to kill me, and so I've just signed her execution. So things are going swell. Sneaking out is +1 lonely. So many things boost lonely, what the heck? What if we speak to Juliana now? We do have more points. More points of public speaking, right? We got presence, we got composure. Lore failed. Order to explain, right, would have both required conversation, which just makes her pissed off. Which I don't need right now. I guess I could visit the treasury. After the war, I still have 8,665 gold lassie. She looks like a strawberry. That's because she is wearing an outfit that boosts her lumen abilities. It's kind of a Maho Sojo kind of thing. Fate, Collide, Prisma Elodai. Liner Prisma Elodai. She's also got her proper coronet, which boosts her royal demeanor. A toga that boosts her artistic expression. A cat suit for intrigue, very silly. The default is a boarding school uniform because she was at school when her mom died, and that's what she came with. Tea dress for conversation. Scholar's gown for history. And if we had economics, you need like 25 at a minimum in all 3 skills in a category to be able to 1, boost beyond 50, and to 2, gain the outfit for that category. So she's also going for medicine, for economics, for military, for agility, weapons, athletics, and animal handling, and faith. And we haven't seen any of those because we have to make sacrifices in what we learn. It's week 38. Basically, everything from this point on is just bonus. Let's give her courtly manners. She's gonna be queen soon after all, and she survived everything that's come her way. Correct title for every servant at the castle. Treating servants with respect ensures good service. Directly challenge someone's honor is to declare war. Never make a public accusation of cowardice, treason, infidelity, or murder unless you want enemies. Embody the virtues of honesty, bravery, generosity. Should always offer to aid those in need. Those you aid personally are expected to give you their utmost loyalty even unto death. Study forms of written address, issue decline invitations, announce impending visits, correspond to rulers of foreign domains. Important to learn. Time has slipped by you so quickly. Only 2 weeks remain before your birthday celebration, and your official coronation as queen. Have you done enough to build a stable nova? It is traditional for the palace to provide entertainment and refreshments for the common people when a new monarch is crowned. It is a rare opportunity for the poor of the land to dine like nobles. The size and scope of such a feast depends on what expense the royal treasury is willing to bear. No celebration. Small, respectable. Let's make it extravagant. We got money. Roasted meats, cakes, chocolates, wine. Enough for everyone. And can give out commemorative cups and coins. Let's just make her more cheerful. But everything that boosts cheerful also boosts loneliness. I want to make her happier, and the game doesn't want that. Willful and lonely. Yielding, lonely, and cheerful. Lonely and cheerful. Man. Build a stable, breeding horses or ruling a kingdom. You could give her points in horsemanship. I'm sure she has stables. They're just not... If you make her more athletic, she could play sports. But because she's not athletic, she doesn't have that option. Maybe she can visit the stables if you give her horsemanship. Walk in the gardens, then. I want her to have more cheerfulness in her life. She's still predominantly willful, but lonely is going to take the lead pretty soon. I've only got one way to add pressure. Okay. Let's go ahead and make her a proper queen. 60, 70, 80. Lumen is fantastic. Let's give her some ciphering skills. Or, since what's maxed out matters, we could max out her Lumen stuff to affect what kind of queen she ends up being. 80 and 80. $100. Learn to create a powerful explosion of light. The castle is buzzing with preparations for your upcoming coronation. Ministers press you with details for your favorite colors and flowers and so on. You can't really see the point of wasting your time worrying about decorations when there's so much else to worry about. Others are more interested in the subject of your marriage. Whomever you decide to marry will be elevated to the highest ranks of nobility, which could mean a major shift to the balance of power. Therefore, everyone is talking about the top candidates, even though you're under no obligation to marry so young. Did I see what happened to Annapurna? I have no idea what an Annapurna is, Hordian. Oh wait, I think the whole development staff resigned apparently. I think I have seen something about that in the other servers that I'm in. But because it's not really anything paid attention to, I was like, huh, neat, and moved on. Apparently, if it's so bad that the entire staff had to resign, the sentiment that I saw in the other servers was, good for them. If it was that bad, hopefully better now. Talaris, the Duke of Sedna, is one option. Certainly, he expressed interest in marrying you earlier. Your union would bring stronger ties to the domain of Talasi and improve the situation along the Elath border. Then there's Banyan, the Duke of Marie, a powerful and eligible noble only about 10 years older than you. Banyan's sister Bryn, the Duchess of Hellas, has urged you to consider her brother as an option, suggesting that, as your sister-in-law, she'd be able to see you more often. There's Kevin, the Earl of Io. Though he's only an earl, his family connections could make him politically useful. However, considering the family secret Briony shared with you, could he ever be a proper husband? There's little Adair, the eventual Duke of Elath, although at 12 he's only a child. At least he's almost old enough to understand the concept of romance. Some people think you ought to marry Gwenelle's half-brother Ansiet, who hasn't even turned 9 yet. There are 2 or 3 minor earls around the age of 20 who might be a passable alternative, and of course you could decide to ignore noble tradition entirely and marry a commoner, if you were prepared to deal with the uproar. While you will need to marry eventually, you are still very young. You could put this decision off until later, however, a clear succession contributes to the stability of your domain. Are you leaning towards any option? They published a bunch of cool games. Stray. Really, Stray. Gorogoa, What Remains of Edith Finch, Cocoon. But you said published, right? Not developed? Now, in this playthrough, we did force Bryn, the Duchess of Hellas, the lesbian Duchess of Hellas, to marry a nobleman from Ixion to undo her crime, her mistake. But we assured her, we know she doesn't like women. All she has to do is get married and produce an heir, and her obligation is done. And because she'd be marrying a foreign lord, no one is going to care if she divorces him. And then we chose to dance with her at the gala, knowing she likes women, and so she sent us flowers, expressing her very fond appreciation, has apparently advised us that if we marry Banyan, we marry her brother Banyan, and we'll get to see her more often. Banyan is something of a gold digger, and has been pursuing us. We can make him happy, and then see his sister on the side. I'm sure he'll be very open to that. There's no time to pursue that thought at the moment, but perhaps in the future. If I give her one more point of cheerful, she'll have cheerful 3, lonely 4, and then lonely becomes a dominant emotion. I don't want that. And if I attend court now, yielding, depressed, and pressure, cheerful goes to 1, willful goes to 1, lonely goes to 2, and so lonely still becomes a dominant emotion. Yielding, lonely, cheerful. 1, 2, 4. We'll make her a very willful queen. Willful and angry in the dungeon. We want her to be neither angry nor afraid. Her willfulness is plenty. How's the treasury looking after throwing an extravagant feast? 8,165, 38 silver. It barely cost anything. Week 40. We can make her conversation great. Our expression is a bit too late for the flowers to be nice. The penalty to history isn't a big one. Let's get ciphers in. Ciphers up to 80. Given the kind of politics we had to play in, being a very intrigue-heavy queen isn't the worst we can do. At this time last year, you were celebrating your 14th birthday. You were in the school garden, surrounded by your friends. A teacher brought you tea and cakes, while a wealthy merchant's son wove a crown of flowers for your head. It didn't matter so much that you were a princess then. Your title was something for the future. Many of your peers would be duchesses or earls or the like someday, but not then. You were children. Your parents could not attend on the actual day, but they did send wonderful gifts, some for you and some for you to share. And a week later they came for a visit, and your mother took you with her to the countryside in a splendid carriage. It was the last time you would ever see her. You wonder if, wherever she is, she can see you now. You are 15 years old, a legal adult. You have worked and studied and suffered and prepared, and now the time has come. You kneel before the priestess, barely hearing the words as she recites the blessings. She calls upon the gods to deliver peace, wisdom, and prosperity to you, and through you to all of Nova. And then she calls upon you for your oath of rulership. Will you guide and govern and protect your people to the best of your ability, according to law and custom? I will. Will you, to the best of your power, uphold the ideals of love, honor, justice, and mercy? I will. Lords and ladies assembled, I present to you your undoubted queen, who has sworn you her loyalty. You have come to give homage. Will you do the same? One at a time, the head of each duchy approaches your throne and kneels to swear his or her service to you and your heirs. People of Nova, I give you Elodie, daughter of Fidelia, your true sovereign. What say you all? Long live the queen. Long live the queen. Long live the queen. Thank you. I will. Cute. Once his daughter was secure on her throne, Jocelyn returned to his birthplace to focus on his duties as Duke of Caloris. He was pursued by many women, but showed little interest in remarrying, directing them instead to his brother, the Duke of Mazomba. So we didn't hook him up with... No, that's right, because Bryn married the Ixion. So we don't have the scenario where I marry Banyan and pursue a relationship with Bryn, who is married to my dad. Instead, he remains lonesome, true to mom forevermore. While the danger of a rogue lumen weighing on their minds, the squad sent to deal with Lucille, Countess of Nyx, opted to strike quickly and without warning, aiming to eliminate her before she could bring her powers to bear. Kill on sight. Infiltrating the ducal stronghold to remove one noble while leaving others unharmed is not a simple task, particularly when the easiest time to catch people off guard is when they're at family meals or asleep. While Lucille's traumatic death did produce the lumen crystal to justify Elodie's action, it was unlikely that her relationship with her uncle and cousin would ever fully recover. The subject of magic and lumens remained a slightly uncomfortable one for the citizens of Nova, perfectly fine for the queen, who had inherited it by divine right, but not something that other people should be aspiring towards. Look at all the terrible things that happened when that power fell into the wrong hands. So we didn't, in fact, get to perfectly smooth over everything with the public and lumens. Even though we put out propaganda, we gave a fantastic show of force with that one criminal, with a great speech. As an openly acknowledged lumen, Juliana, Duchess of Ursul, was met with public suspicion whenever she journeyed outside her duchy. At times, that suspicion was accompanied with thrown vegetables. It did not matter that Elodie supported her fully as a member of the royal noble court. That only led to commoners to whisper that Juliana was a bad influence on their queen. Juliana's perpetually unmarried state was even more worrying to those with wagging tongues. What if that influence rubbed up on the queen and left Nova with no heir? After the halt of the Sanjin invasion, relations across the Western Sea remained calm and trade flourished. Sanjia's expansionist phase seemed to have come to a halt. Sometime later, a special trade ship from Sanjia arrived with a tribute for Queen Elodie. There was a beautiful harpsichord inlaid with ivory and pearl and golden roses, as well as 2 paintings clearly made by children, depicting a pink-haired angel. He told his children about us. Elodie's proposed marriage to Banyan, the Duke of Marie, was much accepted. His sister Bryn, the Duchess of Hellas, stood as Elodie's attendant for their wedding. The 3 of them formed a close relationship and were often seen together. Nobles sometimes joked that the queen had married them both. And no lie, we did. That was kind of the point. Bryn's own marriage to an Ixionite lord was short-lived. As soon as she was delivered of an heir for the duchy, she dissolved the union. At the queen's command, she maintained cordial relations with her ex-husband and allowed him time with his son. The invention of the printing press sparked the beginning of a new age of literacy and knowledge. No longer were books the sole preserve of the nobles and wealthy. Now information and ideas could be easily passed from one place to another. As the birthplace of this invention, Nova was at the center of a storm of change. The new hospital, funded by Queen Elodie, offered medical services to the common people, but more importantly, it allowed doctors and herbalists to come together and share information. Trading knowledge increased skill levels and made better care available to all. Even those specialists who catered directly to the elite were benefited by offering their services long enough to learn. That information could also be collected in books and sent around the world. Nova might not benefit directly, but thousands of lives would be saved. Excuse me. As a lumen, it was Elodie's responsibility to defend Nova from monstrous threats. She decided that the monsters within the realm were every bit as dangerous as those outside, and thus set herself to the task of conquering the old forest. Each monster would have to be identified and carefully studied in order to defeat it without upsetting the balance. It would take many years to reach the heart of the forest, but Elodie was undaunted. And thus, Queen Elodie's legacy stretched into the future. And done? Not too bad an ending? The only real downside. A minor one is poor dad had to go unmarried. He's still pining for the wife he lost too soon. Ever the romantic. But we didn't manage to raise Lumen appreciation with the public. I would have thought, between using the printing press to smooth things over with propaganda, pro-Lumen propaganda, and Juliana and myself defeating the Chains criminal and giving a fantastic speech that the public appreciated, would have been enough to at least move things towards neutral territory. But alas, it wasn't enough. So, the notes weren't too bad. It got us most of everything that we wanted. Survival. It got us a printing press. It got us hospitals. And, it got us the ability to navigate a few politically risky scenarios. Survive through the invasion. Maybe if I banish my aunt. What if I banish my aunt instead? Because looking at my notes, I do see how it might be possible to squeeze out accounting 70 pretty early on, get my crystal, start trading on it, while also getting the printing press, possibly getting the hospital. I wouldn't need too many things for political maneuvering throughout. I would want at least enough Novan history to put the blame on the Ixionite thing on Bryn, punish her for it, so I don't have to go to war, don't have to give concessions. And so if I get super powerful Lumen stuff by week 14, week 7, was it 14 or 17? '14 is divination, and also the hospital investment. If I didn't smooth off the Talaris thing, 17 is a gala. So could do it. Could totally. We could totally boost out Lumen early and still squeeze in lots of good stuff by week 17. And start working on other stuff too. Yeah, that's totally doable. Especially since it'd be easy to do it to get willfulness up. Get willfulness up, max out my Lumen stuff, or at least get it pretty damn high, and then get yielding again to work on everything else. Maybe even put some anger in, get swords and reflexes up, and so when Sanjia comes off with his head, new crystal for us. Let me see. Week 37, week 36. Is it too late here? Week 35, we should be done, right? Week 35 was Foreign Intelligence Treasury. 6 and 7, let's go to 36. Week 37 now, and now it doesn't matter what we do. We could just put points wherever we think is nice. And so, since nothing matters too much right now, 37 and wield magic is at 33. You don't really need to wield magic unless you're going full magic in the first place. And so might have more need to do it, with people getting upset at you and wanting duels more often. Sanjian's retreated. Okay, so if instead of sending SEAL Team 6 to execute Lucille... See, I would have thought by execute Lucille, it means summon her to court, put her in chains, maybe she attacks us, but if our magic is good, we could resist. Execute Lucille and Laurent. Execute Lucille, banish the rest. Man. Execute Lucille and banish the rest. Execute Lucille. It doesn't sound very good to me, though. I'm definitely not gonna execute and banish the... Oh. What if we just banish the entire family, then? I'm sorry, Lottie, my favorite cousin. But if I just banish them... And so Merva and Nyx have to have more people to send to the throne, is that the nicer option? made her lonely. Lonely because she banished her family. Still fitting. And lonely is penalty to royalty, intrigue, and faith. But a boost to conversation and medicine. Court manners up. It takes to court manners 90 to get the language of flowers. 2 weeks remain. Extravagant feast, naturally. Get willfulness back on the menu. She is lonely, but she's also a somewhat happy kid, and mostly willful coming into the crown. Public speaking and flattery. Public speaking of 100 now. Most people want to believe that they are special and will react well to hints that they are receiving slightly better treatment than others. Marry Banyan to get access to the sister. Let's see. It really wants to boost the loneliness. And then let's go ahead, max out magic while we can. Sense and wield. "15th birthday time, coronate." I just want to see if banishing my aunt will make a difference in the public perception of lumens. If we aren't sending strike forces to execute powerful lumens, and instead banish a family member, banish a family for daring to act against the crown. If that's the more politically easy answer. Squad of soldiers sent to arrest Elodie's Mervyn relatives met with furious magical opposition. Only 2 survivors escaped to tell of how huge beams of darkness had streaked down from the sky, ripping soldiers apart inside explosion. A larger force was sent as soon as possible, but by that time the family was nowhere to be found. They're still out there plotting against me. Days later, the body of Elodie's uncle, Laurent, the Duke of Mervyn, was found mutilated in the woods. Those who saw it were quick to put the blame on witchcraft. After that, tensions were high between the Novan-centered government and the Mervyn people. Any misfortunes for the country at large tended to be blamed on Mervyn curses and treachery. That's even worse! Look at all the terrible things that happen when all that power falls in the wrong hands. It's still awful. What if I merely execute my aunt and uncle? Week 37, so I can study whatever the hell I want. Let's put some decorations in. Maybe I can choose what flowers I like. Execute Lucille and Laurent. There's also the option to execute Lucille and banish the rest. What about just Mama and Papa? Court manners and flattery. Extravagant feast. Play with toys to get a bit more chill. No. -1 to 2, +1 to 3. Cheerfulness is only at 1. Walk the gardens. Favorite flowers, decoration success. Happy to collaborate designers to ensure you're showing off to the best possible effects. Still so young after all. Good design help a lot of make it look like a queen. That's it. Then Banyan again. I like how Attend Service tries to shave down your more extreme emotions. So like if you're depressed, it'll bring it to baseline. If you're afraid or angry, it'll bring it towards baseline. But it does the same for cheerful. You can't be too cheerful, child. Just counting all of her gold in the weeks leading up to her coronation. Time for my coronation yet again. Father still alone. Danger of a rogue lumen weighing on their minds. Quad descent to Lucille. Quickly without warning. Massacre bloody and brief. Impossible for such action to not be highly traumatic for the children. Edeldi's cousins who were left orphan. Government minister was appointed to manage the domain until one of the heirs was both old enough and stable enough to assume responsibility. But no bad feelings this time. Slightly uncomfortable. Still not good. And Juliana still persecuted. What if I then opt to kill Lucille and banish the rest? Execute Lucille, banish the rest. Two weeks remain. We could afford extravagance. The skills don't matter too much, but I like the role playing, darn it. Strike quick, without warning. Killed on sight. So that's still the same for if we chose to execute her alone. Once Lucille was dead, her lumen crystal provided all the evidence that was necessary to back up the charge of treason. The remaining family members pleaded that they had not known, but were still stripped of all their titles. For the time being, Murder would return to the direct control of the crown. However, if the survivors proved their loyalty, the line might one day be restored. That doesn't sound as bad. There's a maybe that Cousin Lottie could get her birthright. But things still uncomfortable. Juliana's still persecuted. So I feel like then, what I want to do I want to refine my notes. We finally got to an ending, and no matter how I try to maneuver it, I can't quite dislodge the persecution of lumens building up. So maybe I will give this one more go to see if we can't bum rush becoming a lumen early on. So we could identify our aunt at the gala, talk to her at the gala, make her a minister. If we do that, that should smooth things over with lumen public perception. We'll still get to do propaganda, so that people get stories and words about how good lumens are. We'll be in an even better position to, to directly defend ourselves against a criminal lumen. We'll also want to have public speaking up by then. It was presence and public speaking that got us to excel at that without any public speaking. That's going to be tricky, because if you could defeat that criminal lumen and then give a good speech, that also raises public perception. So those two things we did before, add our aunt to the ministry, and I think if we're just a very publicly luminous queen from the start, maybe put some sword and agility in. So when Togami comes in, we could blast his ass and chop his head. If we're gonna do that though, then I am going to have to pee. So BRB while I pee. And then we'll give this a second go. Sound good? I think it sounds good. Because now I'm excited for this. give this another go. I was only going to go as far as to get my victory on this playthrough, which would have been a golden ending. We got a peaceful resolution with Tomagi. We managed to survive to the end. We bypass some political intrigue that could be disastrous, and even got some good investments in. But the trouble is, we weren't able to boost the, what do you call it? The Lumen public affinity thing. So, I think we might be able to do things with a slight adjustment to the notes. So let me see, is there anything for economic that gets boosted early on? Yielding for demeanor, history, faith, lonely for conversation and medicine, wolf for industry, military, lumen, useful for conversation, athletics, depressed for expression, animal handling, angry for weapons, military, pressured for athletics and faith. Nothing that helps economics though, we just have things that hurt it in pressured and willful. Willful is counteracted by yielding, but there's no economic anything here. So maybe pressured is counteracted by lonely, so again, the mirror doesn't work. We have angry. What if I reorganize these by order of their counter pairs? Depressed and cheerful, and then angry is a counter to afraid. We haven't gotten any notes for what afraid gives. It is quite possibly economics. I don't need it for too long, but for this one I'm basically going to need trade, production, accounting to 70. Then I'm going to want court manners at 40 gives send a necklace, and 20 gives a maid apology, but I don't need those. I could allow these to just go on by. Week 8 is going to be printing, press, investment, to which I'll want production plus trade equal 50. And then at some point accounting to 70 to get into the treasury. And then beyond that, week 10, I want foreign affairs 20 to reveal Brina's wrongdoing. Affairs 10. Blame Brina. And then week 12, Talaris is gonna come in, but if I have some decent court manners, then I'll be able to bypass that. Court manners if I care. The big thing, that'll be Kevin with the maid that tried to murder someone in his family. Week 14. Well, that's not Talaris, that's Banyan coming up and mentioning the thing. That's a minor thing, don't care about that too much. Week 14. No, that's right. Because he comes up in week 12. If we're wearing the necklace. And then the Kivan thing. And because Talaris came in on week 12, then the hospital investment gets bumped to week 14. If I don't wanna marry. Or I could just drop him like a ton of bricks and cause a kind of minor international incident by calling him too old. 14 is going to be hospital investment. I don't think that does too much in-game itself. But you get to save thousands of lives at the end of the game. Maybe it'll help with the recovery after the war. Printing press week 15. Public speaking thing in week 16. And then week 17 is gonna be the gala. Okay. So that is going to be the immediate primary goals. And then we can see where to take it from there. Begin. Boom. Played this before, we just finished, in fact. So right now she is depressy, right? She starts off depressy and a little bit afraid. We don't have anything that could give cheerful of 2. And the minus depressed are always minus depressed plus 1. So she's gonna be depressed for a little bit. Expression, animal handling, royal demeanor, conversation, and athletics all suck. That's fine, because we are gonna start her off. With economics. Cousins are here. +1 cheerful, that's right, that does reduce some depression itself. So if I play with toys, yielding, cheerful, and then lonely, and then fear gets to be dominant, and then fear gets to be dominant. But I haven't visited Charlotte, Lady Merba, right? What do I get if I speak to them? Let this room, visit more often. +1 cheerful. Cheerful without having to put points into yielding or lonely. Okay, I could vibe with that. So production, then we do trade. So. Week 1. Production, then talk to Charlotte. Week 2, we start off with some trade. What if you let her stay instead of going to the dungeon? +1 willful, only +1. Right. I arrested her before because I wanted yielding instead of willful. Because I wanted my royal demeanor. So I can get presents. But this time we're going by accountancy, so it's okay if you go willful instead. Do I want to speak to Charlotte and Lady Merva or visit Juliana? Charlotte and Lady Merva are going to be gone very soon. People scared of Newmans because they're jealous. Used to be lots of them in Nova. Tells us nothing, gets us nothing. Alright, Juliana. Lore test failed. Get the start on that. So we can get into the treasury as fast as humanly possible. We are afraid now. Agility and faith. Does nothing give a boost to economics? With a penalty to royalty, weapons, intrigue, and military. So if I get this right, medicine has a boost from one thing, but economics doesn't appear to be boosted by anything. Huh. Oh well. Either way. Waste a week doing trade and production, which will get them to 50, so it's not a total waste. Because I do need production plus trade equal 50. Then comes a snake. Look down. There's a snake. I squeak, jump back. Oh, cousin took the bite? You jerk. Trade and production. Okay, so Charlotte gets bit either way. Oh! Because Juliana is out. And not in the dungeon. Because Juliana is not in the dungeon. Charlotte gets a bite, so we don't see her do healing magic. I'll still need weeks to do stuff, so wouldn't it be the worst if we imprison Juliana first thing? It's already week 3, so I'll just have to start from the beginning then. I think it gives willful if I opt to arrest her instead. I said yielding, right? She stays. Didn't choose what I meant to. Force a habit. Here, I'll do a save so I don't just go back and forth all the time. Arrest that woman. Angry +1. Well, that gets rid of some of the fear. Plus, fear wasn't going to help me anyway. How is current mood afraid when afraid is only 1 point and oppression is 2? It's probably not going to actually calculate until the end of the weekend. Hear her out. And then free her for +1 pressure. So not so lonely now. Okay, then week 3. Week 3, trade and production. To get them above 25. I might have released her prematurely, because it still occurs week 3 regardless. I'll have time to... If I only delay it 1 week, so I take the bites. Delay it 1 week, so I take the bites. The things I do to witness my cousin's magic. Arrest that woman. And let's see. Maybe start working towards willful. Lonely is gonna be a real difficult one to manage. If I do willful, there's a penalty to economics. But I could spend this week getting rid of fear. What if I talk to Dad? What's Dad got for me? What really happened to Mom? She's a lumen, meant to be in reserve, but she insisted on it. The magic drained her strength. That is a lie, Father. It's either a lie or you don't know the full story. Trade and then church. Week 3 we'll do production, then trade. Wait. Hold on. Is that right? Why is production at 40? That should have been trade then production, or production then trade. And instead I did production twice. I promise I know how to play this game. There's evidence of it. Production 20, then trade and trade. What the heck, Guinea? Reloading so much you forget how to play the game. I would like if this simply uses the title that's already on there. Then minus depression. And then week 3 is production and trade. I know how this works. I've played the game before. And now that gives me 50 between the two for printing press. And it also opens up accounting to go beyond 50. And I get to be bit by a snake and get to see my cousin's magic. I get to visibly see my cousin's magic. Then I'll free Juliana. Free her. And then for week 4. Week 4 we'll start boosting on accounting then. I only need accounting to get to... Even just 60 would be okay. Even just 60 is fine because I can wear the clothes for... What is it? To get the plus 10 to 70? New outfit unlocked. Week 4, accounting. And then we could talk to Juliana. Juliana first or Dad first? Okay. Then Juliana, then Dad. New outfit. The tuxedo. We hadn't seen the tuxedo in the previous playthrough. It is so dapper. She's at 37 now, which means she's at 27 properly. So double accounting to 40, 42. We get 60. Nah, just 50. So I'll still need one more lesson. Okay, so we're afraid still. Could, let's see, willfulness is minus to econ, so not yet. And a minus to history. We gotta talk to Dad, first things. Because Dad will tell us that our lumen crystal is in the treasury. Oh damn, we could already get in there. So we don't even need to talk to Dad. If we just go to the dungeon, we could bypass talking to Dad entirely. Week 5, accounting, dungeon. Which gives us 1 point of willfulness. I think it's because accounting was at 60. As per the tuxedo. Alright. So by week 5, we already have our lumen crystal. Just gotta go to Juliana. And then we can start learning magics. I could probably do it faster even. If I banish Juliana, and then Celine has to come to us and be like, hey stupid, you have to learn how to be a lumen. It's your role as a queen. So, printing press week 8. We got that covered. Foreign Affairs 10 is all I need to blame Brina. Hospital investments. Isn't gonna be right away. I don't have to worry about it too much. So, unless I want to marry Telarist. What else should I do? Court manners, if I don't want to marry him, would be, let's see, Brina at 20. Foreign Affairs 20s for Brina's wrongdoing. Well, it's only 20, right? Let's get, was it Foreign Affairs? Foreign Affairs 20 to peg Brina later. And if right now it's 10 per, we'll get that 20 out of the way. Trouble bringing Ixion, because Duchess Hellas. Pretty sure visiting Juliana will give us a point of willfulness, as she teaches us how to activate our crystal. So week 6, Foreign Affairs, then Juliana. +1 willful and 2 cheerful. I think that does put her as too happy. Yeah, she's too happy to begin training, because it's even now. It's even Stevens. And cheerful. Penalty to weapons, intrigue, and military. Isn't the worst. Conversation and athletics. Running, climbing, and swimming. Conversation is court manners and flattery. So let's put a save here. Because that's going to be an important part to come back to if it turns out, no, I don't need these. But I am going to need... Let's get public speaking in. Because presence and public speaking gives me the ability to smooth things over and impress the public. Over on... which week was that? I appear to have overwritten those notes that I made on what my benchmarks were for the upcoming. Let me see. Decoration, elegance, public speaking. Looking for the second criminal would be week 20. Week 20 is going to be ages from now, so public speaking and presence could wait. That's week 20. That's only week 20. And then week 28 is the party. And then 36 is the invasion. It's so compressed. Okay. So either way, we have, let's see, week 8 is done. How far could I control Z on these notes? Because it looks like I had accidentally erased some of the previous notes too. I only have one control Z on this. That's okay. Flashed the notes on stream a few times, so if I always want to go back to those old notes I erased, I could just watch my own VOD. Foreign Affairs week 10. $14 hospital investment. Okay. Court manners at 12. Let's get court manners in. Oh, we have the bonus. I don't think that's quite enough. Court manners success if they accept her apology. It's cheerful. I don't want cheerful. I also don't think that I want court manners just right now. Week 7. So what if we do? Going to need medicine up. Battlefield and herbs. May comes running down. If we punish her instead as +1 angry, gets rid of our fear. Fear is now neutralized. And then we want willful to get higher. So, Play in the garden? No. Treasury is willful +1. Lonely. I'll keep that pressure there because lonely is hard to get rid of. It'll be so easy to get back onto loneliness. And so now that we have battlefield, we'll do herb. Wait. That's fine. Letter, we have plenty of time until week 14. Production plus trade success, invest in it. And now what to do? Minus cheerful, when pressured is right there. Herb and treasury again, I guess. And then we'll do 1 each to get it to 50. Because 21, 20. Then again, it's plus and plus, right? So if I do 1 with a bonus, that could be enough to push it over. Because all I need is for them both to equal to 50. So that becomes 30-something. With the bonus, chances are that'll be 50 right there. So just 1 class in that. And then start getting flattery, courtly manners. One battlefield medicine. And then 1 courtly manners. 34. Is 34 gonna be enough? I'm considering it. Look upon him fondly. Plus 1 cheerful, so we're cheerful again. Which means visit the treasury again. So week 9 was... battlefield medicine and court manners, right? And just constantly counting my gold. $23.8 and 34.7. That doesn't feel like 50 to me. No? Yeah, because 20 and 30, duh. That's 58.5. Reloading so much, I'm forgetting the basics of math. Alright, so that is good enough. That's my 50 right there. And now that we got that and the bare minimum of court manners, week 10. Foreigner first 20, Fabrina's wrongdoing we got. Talaris is gonna show up with court manners. And then week 14, week 17. What if we do court manners and flattery for this week? That's only up to 20 though. I don't need my... It's flattery. that lets him off easy, right? I don't need to let him off easy. If I break his heart, he's going to embargo me, I'm pretty sure. But I don't care about that. We got the money. So let's start with Lumen stuff. Start with Wield Magic. Wield Magic. And then comes a representative from Ixion. We do know enough basic history to punish the Duchess of Hellas. Executor, no. Command her to marry an Ixionite. Internal affairs failed. We don't know enough to know that he is a bit sweet on us now. Cheerful to 1, and then 1-1, and then 1. Attend service, just go to church. I can't just count money forever. And then we'll do resist. Resist for a day, and then sense. Keith long-sided, we got no lore. Depressed +1. 1, 1, and 2. Okay, let's attend court then. That keeps us still unyielding. We got a better baseline. Alright, pressure went up. That's fine. So many things boost loneliness. It doesn't matter at all if pressure has a bit of a boost right now. Week 12. Let's do sense, and that'll put this at minimum 50. We're gonna have so much. 18 to 36. Description did not do us justice. It didn't know that we were in a tuxedo. Giggle, flattery failed. A jewel for a jewel, but I am more precious. Really does want to marry me. Politely decline. Let him down gently. I am not marrying you, I'm only 14! Regret the misunderstanding. And there goes our free trade at the border. Lonely plus cheerful? Let's just go treasury again. Though if I do end up pressured, athletics and faith for worse conversation, history and economics. What does weapons? Angry, right? Angry is weapons. Angry and only angry. So when I want to do swords, I want to get pissed. So I could do +1 angry and +1 willful for now. But let's do lonely and cheerful. Get close to the baseline again. Week 13 now. Got our Lumen outfit. And all this boosted. We'll do resist magic first. Because I am going to need to resist my aunt's magic. Stand in judgment. Woman convicted of attempted murder. Kevon, if we're lucky, this will be the first time we see you, but it's not going to be the only time we see you. murder is a serious crime. Put her to work, imprison her. Let's imprison her. Tried to murder a noble of my domain. No reason to believe you wouldn't do it again. Imprisoned for the rest of your life. You'll not have me. In my court dress I'm unarmed. Grope for a weapon. Find only a heavy golden ornament. Archery failed. I feel like that wasn't the best. Oh well, it doesn't matter too much. Lonely and afraid we'll toss these two down. Don't have the option to go to the treasury, because my accountancy isn't high enough now. Lonely and afraid. Explore the castle. Through the parts of the castle where other people rarely visit but find little except spider webs. So, resist magic is up to 84, technically 74. We do sense again. Week 14, sense magic. 80. Even when she is not actively working magic. Divination failed. And then comes hospital. Herbs plus battlefield success. Invest. So everything doing excellent so far. And once I finish with this, intrigue, military, and lumen. What else did I need intrigue for? Needed intrigue to learn about Togami's musical background. But we won't necessarily need that further on. Internal affairs. Looking at the old notes, we mostly needed early on to smooth things over with Bryn when marrying her off to Ixion. And then that was basically it for internal affairs. Yeah, that was it. That's all we needed for. But that's not all that intrigue gives. We had internal affairs for Bryn, and then a whole lot of nothing else until it came time for forward intelligence. So I could bypass it for now then. It gives you some hints, like you might want to give a dare to Arize. Or maybe this is why things are so messed up with Kivan and why Brienne might be ignored right now. So I won't need Willful for too much longer. Angry and Willful. Sense Magic and Dongyeon. And then we'll do 80 is fantastic. Let's do Resist and Wield. Resist and Wield. And then we'll start going towards Yield. Little rhyme there, huh? Uh-huh. 99 that dropped at. 99! How messed up is that? Solid Beam of Light. Festival of the Good Lady is approaching. Grand Gala. Well, that was week 15 we just did. 16's gonna be the public speaking thing, decoration, elegance, and after that, presence, composure, elegance, decoration, intrigue, court manners, dance, courtly manners. Pro-lumen propaganda first. +1 willful. Her Uncle Kevin been acting strangely lately and shouting at shadows. That's no good. Okay, let's start attending court. Still yielding though. Conversation isn't the worst too now. We could do courtly matters. Let's do courtly matters. For week 16. Procession. We'll just lead the parade. We don't have any public speaking, so it's gonna be alright. Cheerful, willful, pressured. Back to week 13. And I saved over it. Cause saving is a default. Back to week 6. Week 7 is battlefield, medicine, and treasury. Okay. Battlefield, medicine on both. And then week 8 was herb and treasury. I don't need it. I could just do minus cheerful instead. Because treasury's just gonna boost that even higher. Follow the guide that I set aside for myself. And then week 9 was battlefield and court matters. And then treasury again. What if I just did minus cheerful instead? Let's do minus cheerful instead. Willful angry. Yeah, just service. And then week 10, we had wheel magic. Punish Hellas by commanding her to marry. We did attend church again. It's not too important right now. Let's visit the dungeons instead. No. Depressed and afraid. Lonely and afraid. Okay. Attend service. We'll just do church twice. Then week 11, we did resist. +1 depressed. Neutralizes that. attend court. Except that would put depression of 1. 1, 2, and then 1. We don't have to attend court yet, because we will get more useful. Useful? Willful? No church option. Let's exchange this for walking in the gardens then. Gardens a week early. And then for 12 was sense magic. Politely decline. Not marrying him. And then if we do court now, 1, 2, 1, 1. Then explore castle, be lonely again. But then I'll be afeared. Let's do court. Still keeping it easy to manipulate things when I need to manipulate them. Keep the economic outfit on for now, so I can still have access to my treasury. Resist magic or sense? Week 13 we have it as resist. Let's put it for sense first. Because resist put it at like 99. $77. For week 13. If I put her to work instead. Imprison stat-wise gives willful. Put her to work. Does nothing. Okay. Current mood is depressed. We could alleviate that with service. Oops. And then week 14. Was sense before, this time we'll make it resist. Only 70/70. Oh well. Invest in the hospital. Everything going as planned. And then did dungeon last time. Dungeon would put it at willful and angry, so 2 and 1. That's an okay place to put it, I think. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Chillin' Chum, you missed it. We beat the game. We repelled a foreign invasion that was absolutely overwhelming our lands, far beyond our military capability, through the power of song. And I got a pretty good ending. Dad chose not to remarry and sent all future suitors to his brother. We found out who was poisoning us and executed her. And so we're safe on that. We married Banyan solely so her sister could visit us more often, so we totally pseudo-married 2 people at once. We managed to have great benefit from the printing press and the hospital investments, but I wasn't able to improve the public perception of lumens, and so we're still persecuted. And so what I'm doing now is immediately jumping into another playthrough, since I'm pretty sure if I rush becoming a Lumen before the gala, I could quite possibly arrange for my aunt to work with us. You lost in a math battle with Trivia Murder Party. I do have the entire life of the riddle to fix it, but it was the epilogue. In the epilogue, it was saying that in your rule, things are still rocky in that way, and even Juliana, who is publicly a Lumen, was persecuted. That's during my rule. See, if I do dungeon, that's 1 and 1, so dungeon. We could have it where we won't need our entire life to fix it if we have a good enough year leading into the coronation. And then resist magic and wield? Let's do resist and sense on week 15. Then again, if I swap to the Lumen outfit, it's actually 80 and 80. I feel like I want resist though. Sense and resist. Give it how? Directly counter offensive magic with my own power at 80. Resistance to mind affecting magic. Latent power that signifies a Lumen. Magical creatures. So I don't need sense magic beyond what it's already at. So we could do resist and wield, as the guide says, as my notes say. Festival of Good Lady is approaching. We do pro-Lumen propaganda. That increases my willfulness. If I attend court, it'll be 1, 1, 0, and 1 over here, so anger will take charge. And if anger takes charge, then weapons and military. I don't need weapons right now. Athletics and I'm pressured. Oh, I'm not angry, I'm pressured. Athletics and faith. Well, I miscalculated because pressure's already up by 1. In that case, cheerful and lonely, walk in the garden. Still willful for the week, but that'll be alright. It's week 16 now. Decoration, elegance, and public speaking. Public speaking greater than 20, so I can't get it good now. So how about I do court manners? Court manners and nanners at 16. Lead the parade, cheerful, willful, and even more pressure. I don't want more pressure. I feel like I'm gonna get pressure anyway, unless I just don't go. Cheerful, willful pressure. I could just not go. But I'm pretty sure that's gonna make her lonely or afraid. Yielding and lonely. Safe but lonely. Skipping a major festival. Is everyone wondering about me? Confess my fears or yell at her. There might be assassins. Well, that's not gonna help me out at all. Maybe I'll just have to accept the weirdness of my stats. Gonna get pressured either way if we go out there. So let's see. Cheerful and pressured. So I want lonely to get boosted. Maybe do play with toys, because then willful won't get too high. Pressure would just go back up to 1. Cheerful would get 2, but that won't be the end of the world. Play with toys. And then let's go ahead, conversation, courtly manner, because public speaking isn't going to do great here. Just lead the parade. Be the best parade leader ever. Decoration failed, elegance failed. Okay. And then if you attend court, 2, 1, 1. Pressured. Pressured is too great. Yielding, lonely. Let's do that. Toys again. She's cheerful now, which is fine. But now I won't have pressure sneaking up behind me. Okay. And then let's just put points into flattery. We'll do double dose of flattery. I'm pretty sure that Talaris is going to embargo us because I was so rude when denying his marriage proposal. Presence, elegance, composure, decoration fail. More fear, more pressure. Intrigue and court manners. Failed. So let me see if I could at the very least someone. What about Lucille? Am I able to dance with Lucille and thus detect her magic? Erwin, Earl of Ishtar. No, I don't want to dance with him. Would it be somebody scandalous then? More willful? Duchess of Ursul. I don't have enough intrigue, then I can't make a better choice of who to dance with. Oh well. Let's dance with Juliana then. Court manners flattery success at least. Court manners failed, refuse. Extra pressure all over the place. Aunt and Uncle are here. Sense magic success. Aunt Lucille is a lumen. Talk to your aunt. Aunt Lucille, may I speak with you privately? Withdraw to a small side room. I can sense your powers. You're a lumen. What? I am too. That's how I know. Can't you sense that? Can't you see the outfit? No, I can't. She looks down, shaking her head. I do have a lumen crystal. I found it years ago. It called to me. But I don't know anything about magic. The liar! I can make the crystal appear and disappear, and I can block out sound with it, that's all. Sense magic failed? With our stats. With our stats! Okay. We're gonna return to the start then, and now that we know that pressure keeps on building on this route because we just have no sense of anything, we finally got to speak with her, we sensed her, but it wasn't enough. Okay, week 1, production. And then talk to Charlotte. And then week 2 we do trade. And then attend church. Yeah, arrest her. Do I want to attend service though? Pressure keeps building, so let's play with toys instead. Instead of church, that'll be walking gardens. And then week 3 is going to be production and trade. And then free Juliana from the dungeon. +1 pressure already. We have her scared now. Afraid is fine for now. That doesn't take anything away from where we need to be. Accounting week 4. Then talk to Juliana. Still afraid, but that's fine. Get the tuxedo, check it out, Chillin' Chum, new outfit. And then double accounting. Okay. Then visit the treasury, gives me access, accounting success. +1 willful, but still afraid. And afraid gives a penalty to intrigue. But foreign affairs is in history, not intrigue. So week 6 is fine. How's the moon matrix? Willful is gonna suffer. Battlefield medicine. Medicine is not gonna be impacted by afraid, so be afraid for a little bit. That's fine. +1 angry nullifies fear, so we get to be willful. And then week 6, this will give us our plus for willfulness, and so fear gets replaced by cheerful. Damn it! Okay, then battlefield medicine and treasury to push it 1 over. Battlefield medicine all day, every day for a week. Apologize or punish? Punisher. That'll get angry. Check out my fat loot. The next week is herbs. Herbs and treasury again. Or I could do depressed and lonely. Let's do depressed and lonely. I can't do depressed and lonely. There's no depressed and lonely option? There's depressed and afraid, willful and angry, lonely and afraid. Then let's do willful angry. We'll put dungeon instead then. For week 8. Then battlefield and court manners. Battlefield medicine and court manners. We're willful now, right? Considering it gives plus cheerful, which is too high. 1, 1, 2. So now there needs to be better ways of getting depressed. What the heck? Minus cheerfulness. Then I'll put a save here. Alright, week 10. Wield magic, resist magic, sense magic, resist magic. I'm going to swap week 13 and week 14. Because the later one you do ends up with slightly more points. Week 10 now. Get our lumen skills in here. Even with the outfit on, it wasn't enough. It somehow wasn't enough for as high as it was. Bryn marries an Ixionite. Then church again. Church again for the cheerfulness. Okay, then 11 we want resist. And a trip to the gardens to be suitably lonely for us. Already plenty lonely. One cheerful, one lonely. And then sense magic. That'll give us the Lumen outfit. Politely decline his offer. Let him down gently. I am not marrying you! Then court. Do I want court right now? That'll be 1, 1, and then bam bam, putting angry up top. So no court yet. Willful and angry. It's fantastic subtlety, Chillin' Chum. Surely he will not take this as any kind of political insult. The country on our border that wants to get in on my 15-year-old definitely isn't going to do a trade embargo after insulting him to his face. Week 12. I'm gonna need 3 more weeks of willfulness. Garden? We'll do garden again. And then resist magic. $53 to 74.33. Put her to work. That'll prevent any stat change. And then service now? For -1 angry? Okay, I'll follow the guide. It's my own guide, it's my own words, I better listen to myself. Then sense magic. 59.7, 82.5. Latent power that signifies a lumen even when she or he is not actively working magic. You would think that would be enough. But it's apparently going to need so much. I have dungeon on week 15, on week 14. Willful and angry. If I do service though, 0, 1, I think I'll stick with it, because it's going to be so much pressure anyway. Let's do cheerful? Let's do cheerful. Walk in the garden. For week 14. Then for 15, 82 and 74. I gotta put it on sense. Sense and resist. See, that doesn't look as if I need it though. That's detecting spells and magical creatures at greater distance, and lingering traces of strong magic from the past, even when long since completed. So I don't exactly need that. Garden. Then resist. And service. And then 14. is Sense and Garden. It really is just gonna be 100, isn't it? It wants it to be 100. You think so, Chillin' Chum? That even when long completed sounds like key? But see, the thing is, the flavor text says that we could detect lumens even when they're not using magic, like even when they're trying to hide it. But I guess maybe when long completed, she is pretending that she only found the crystal and can't do anything, right? If we prove that she knows how to do spells. That could be something. It's all numbers, but the flavor texts do imply what the successes are going to be about. Okay. Sense and resist. Counter offensive magic with your own powers that could burn out. Bam, bam, bam. Let's get some Willful in then. Let's do Court now. Sense and resist, and then do Court. And then we're doing Court Matters next. Penalty to royal demeanor. So composure, elegance, presence is all going to be awful. And that is going to give us more pressure. If I do parade and speech... then nothing too different. $16, we did Court Matters and then Toys. That'll be 1 and then More Lonely. As well as the Yielding. Okay. Making her a cheerful girl. And then for week 17. What should we do for week 17? Yeah, not pressured at least not for now, Chillin' Chum. There's gonna be a couple of boosts during the gala because it's a very stressful occasion for a queen-to-be that doesn't have any royal demeanor. Flattery? Let's do flattery today. Flattery, flattery. In fact... willful, pressured, decoration fail, elegance fail, public speaking fail. And then Toys, was it? It was Toys. Forgot I want to change my outfit. Magical girl outfit. So we have 100 and 100. Because without that, it would just be 99.6. Such a tiny 99.6. Alright, grand ball time. Load up the other save rather than a new game just now? Yeah. Ideally, I would have a couple of saves to bounce between, but I accidentally saved over a load that I meant to go back to. So I got 2 saves that are pretty close by each other. Presence, elegance, composure, decoration fail. Intrigue and court manners fail. So I can't choose. I can't be like, examine the women and dance with Lucille. Let's dance with the dare. Dance fail. But we put a kind word in, so we're not absolute disasters. Marry the person best for me in my domain. Flattery helping. Aunt and uncle are here. Something itching in my senses. Aunt Lucille's a lumen, go talk to her. May I speak with you privately? Can sense your power, you're a lumen. I am too, can't you sense that? Lies, pretend she can't. Do have a lumen crystal, found it years ago, but don't know about magic. Liar! Sense magic success, that's not true at all. There are traces of old magic around her. So that is necessary then. See, when it says old magic, I assume it's like the lore bits about a lumen tried to fix a green spring, but it turns out the spring was naturally poisoned and the green color was what a previous lumen put in to mark it as a warning. Too faint to make sense of but strong. Why keep it hidden? It's not illegal to be a lumen. Magic is dangerous, everyone knows that. People might think I'm an evil witch. They wouldn't trust me. Look how much trouble the Duchess of Ursel has. Please, don't tell anyone. Offer her a court position. What I think I should tell everyone is that you are my new lumen minister. What? Lumens have power. If you train with me, you'll become even stronger. I want that strength here to defend the capital. You'll have status and recognition, and no one will dare call you a witch. What do you say? I accept. And in doing so, she is given a position of power right. All of her machinations are to assassinate me or render me infertile so that eventually Charlotte, my cousin, her daughter, will inherit the throne and she gets to be the power behind the throne. But if she gets to be Lumen Minister, then she has power. She has prestige. She doesn't just have to be a countess married to an absolutely worthless duke. So that nullifies one of the threats against me. As long as she doesn't want more power, everyone could want more power, but she gets power and gets to be a public-facing lumen. She gets to be open with herself and her power. So, now that we're week 17, and that's out of the way, I could try to push more towards yielding. Basically, all I would need now is to boost my physical combat. My physical combat, and my lumen combat, and I guess my royal demeanor too, and all the rest doesn't matter. Public speaking plus presence for week 20. That's in 3 weeks from now. Fuck. 1, 1, 2, 1. Okay. Attend court. Because I'm going to want... Man, I had presence of 70 back then. And that was enough for the public speaking plus presence check. One, and then two, and then two. So I could probably do bonus to conversation. Public speaking is right there. So we could do public speaking now, and then get to yielding, and then start working on presence. That could work. Okay. Public speaking. Too late for it to matter. Unlocked a new outfit. Latest events of the domain. Him and his companion, but this time we don't have the presence to smolder her away. False flattery, silent scorn. Good afternoon, Countess. What large breasts you have. Putting them on display for any reason. Really, my dear, not polite to comment on a lady's attributes, but you're young. You'll grow. Intrigue fail. Intrigue fail, so I don't get my guards. No guards with intrigue fail. That's right, that's one of the reasons. I have two. I've messed up on two things now. Because I don't have the base intrigue points. Then I can't talk to my dad about intriguing things in the realm and worry about assassins. If I'm worried about assassins, I could set up bodyguards. And if I put up bodyguards, I could go to Gwinnell's party without getting attacked. And what else is there? That's the major thing, right? And if I have good intrigue, I could also hire the poorly skilled bard as a spy. And if I have her and survive the chocolates, then she'll reveal that it's my Aunt Lucille, who I just made minister, that sends the chocolates. I forget who sends the bandits. But Aunt Lucille is on my side now. And so she's no longer going to send chocolates, because if you get your, like, royal demeanor and court manner stuff up, you learn that if you personally help someone, they're expected to be indebted to you. By making her minister, she is indebted to me. Let me see. If I look up on the wiki, would it tell me who sends the bandits? I think it's gonna happen regardless. Week 28. If you choose to travel to Sudbury, you may be attacked by bandits. If the person responsible is dead or allied to you, and commoner approval is greater than minus 40, the trip is uneventful. So who sends it? Does that mean that multiple people might have financed the bandits? Okay, let me see. How about if I put... Ooh, sans bandits. Chocolates. If Lucille is given a court position or dies, you will not be attacked by bandits in week 28 if you decide to go to Sudbury. Okay! So it's not just the poisonous snake and the chocolates, but the bandits too. My aunt really wants me dead. This is week 18. Let's do yielding. A 10 court. I am now sad yielding girl. Yeah, chocolates is out of the way, bandits is out of the way, so it doesn't matter if I don't get more bodyguards. Let's do presents first. Because bonus to presents of 1. All I had to do was know accounting and grinding and magic. I didn't even need any particular intrigue or honeyed words to overcome her own raw energy. Just, hey, you're a lumen. No, I'm not. Yeah, you are. Come work for me. How could anyone luck into their first time? There's a couple of things for that, Chill and Chum. If you decide to go full on Maho Sojo right away, then you're put in a pretty good position. Like, plenty of people do, if you like go by the Reddit comments and such, plenty of people do choose to pursue magic right off the bat. And if you do, it does trivialize a few things. For one, your aunt no longer wants to assassinate you. But also, it's the open-ended nature of the game. There's so many builds you can do. I went for a magical build, but it was a magical build later in the year, and so it really didn't have any use for me. But if you do it earlier on, there's a few things that it could help out at if you get it high enough early enough. Necessary adjustments for a budget. Based on the records and notes of the current expenditures, if you maintain the current rate of tax, you will still have 7,919 gold lassie, 76 silver to lassie for special projects. Can't imagine a reason to spend so much. Any little trade disruption shouldn't be more than a few hundred lassie to sort out, at least temporarily. I'm going to keep him the same. Because we have insulted... what's his face? Polaris to his face, there will be a trade disruption. So we'll keep it the same for now. And then we'll keep on yielding for the time being. We'll play so that Cheerful and Lonely could do their things. Walk in the garden. That was presents I worked on. So week 19. Presents and garden. And now we have presence of 30, public speaking 37. That's 60. 60 could be good. Let's do composure next. Stand in judgment. Strangulation of his wife. Claims it was demons, but now that we have sense magic really high up. The man is a lumen. Where'd he get a crystal? Question him about the crystal. It was a demon's magic that killed your wife, not your own? So you know what I am. He throws out his hands, his fingertips elongate into floating strings of gold. Die! Gold chains slash at you like whips. With so much warning, of course it is easy for you to resist. His attacks bounce harmlessly off your shields, the chains flying in the direction which they came, where they find an easier target. Before your eyes, a renegade lumen is choked to death by his own powers, and an orange crystal materializes next to his body. But there's a problem with that. We didn't get Lucille's help. Not Lucille, Juliana's help. If our sense magic isn't good enough, then Juliana rushes. We could ask Juliana for confirmation, and she rushes in. And we fight them off together, and we put in a speech saying, "Oh, you public, this is why we need lumens to help you out." But we didn't have the chance to do that. Okay, Wiki, what was the gate that I missed? Summon Juliana requires composure greater than 10, meditation. Partial success. Partial success is what allows me to summon Juliana. Need magic sense greater than 30 and less than 80. Less than 80. But for my aunt, I need sense magic equal to or greater than 100. So there's no way to both reveal my aunt at the gala and have Juliana help me out here. They're mutually exclusive. Oh, I'm sorry, Chilancham. The window is the gala. That is the only opportunity. Your cousin's family visits in the first week, and then they leave at like the third week or so, when the snake that your aunt brings fails to kill you. And then she shows up at the gala, and then you never face her directly again. So... unless the wiki has anything to say. If Elodie used magic against Ixion on week 10, Lucille, feeling threatened, will hire an assassin to murder Elodie during the procession of the Good Lady. If Elodie confronts and neutralizes the assassin, either kills him herself or the assassin poisons herself, she'll find a coded note that reveals the assassin's benefactor as a member of the ruling house of Merva. During the week of the Grand Ball, Elodie has magic sense greater than 80, will discover Lucille's a lumen. If she has better magic sense, greater than 100, she'll see through the lies and accuse her. If she does not accuse her, she can hire as Lumen Minister, which appeases Lucille. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about a second chance. The week 17 gala is the only time to make her minister. Huh. Well... week 20... I guess. Yielding helps with history and faith. Let's do faith this time. We'll get rid of pressured. Lonely and cheerful? Yielding, lonely, cheerful. Play with toys. Because Brianne's thing is coming up, and we don't want Brianne to die. What's the loss with not getting help from this other Lumen? If Juliana helps us out, then it's the two of us being bad Lumen bitches in front of an audience of peasants. And with enough presence and public speaking, it'd be like, "Sup, serfs, this is why you need Lumens, because we keep you safe." And so that's another plus for improving the relationships between the people and the Lumen. Because the first time around, we put pro-Lumen propaganda, we did that nice little speech, and it wasn't good enough. This time around, we put the pro-Lumen propaganda, we have a Lumen minister, so it's 2 for 2. If it's 2 for 2, then I'm not sure that this route is going to work out. Let me see. Lumen status. Under varying circumstances, public opinion of Lumen can rise to an all-time high, remain ambivalent, or become increasingly hostile. If Elodie is a cruel queen, the hostility extends to her, though no one dares express it. Improve Lumen relations also allow Juliana and Celine a happier ending. But how do I affect it? Marriage and offspring. Sabine's finding. Lumen minister. If I lose the game without dying. Lumen appreciation. Lumen are hated. During Elodie's reign, public opinion of Lumens and magic in general fall to a new low. Juliana is not in prison, and Duchess of Ursul outcast. Lumens loved, happy peasants. Maybe if I defeat Togami in combat, that'll also help out. Well, let's find out then, shall we? What week is it? Week 21. Let's get classes in lore. Because I do want that high enough to dissuade Brianne. And lore has the same check as history here. A letter from me, poem in an inappropriate manner. We'll give her some cheerful. That's hilarious. A funny letter about her and Squid. But now she's too cheerful. 3 to 3. Yielding and afraid. Lonely and depressed. There's no way to make. So go to church the happiness away, or... Juliana, what have you got to say for yourself? Pressured. Pointless! Okay, go to church first. When we get more lore, We could talk to Juliana about that stuff. So that was lore and church. Church away the happiness, stay yielding. Then we get some meditation in, some divination, I'll say. Dropping my favorite plate is bad luck. We're going to have trouble with Talaris anyway. But I think I'll send young Adair to Arise anyway. Keep the Eastern Queen on our good side. And then we'll diminish cheerfulness again. I don't see any way to improve anger. Week 22, Divination and Church. Then class today will be meditation. New outfit unlocked. A musician who wishes crown patronage. We got no musical ability and little intrigue ability. Foreign intelligence and intrigue failed. Because we're not good at music, we think she sounds good. There's no problem accepting Sabine, right? As not a spy. $300 lasted to hire her. As a musician, a special conversation if you win the music tournament. Prevent an approval loss if Edeldi cause an earthquake or Jocelyn's dead. Neither's gonna happen. Stage a concert to boost approval if my commoner approval is very low. So, it doesn't matter anyway. And we got tons of money. Okay, yielding can stay, angry could stay. Pray the anger away. Nuh-uh, I want to keep that. Willful +2 would mean yielding goes away. Then I just become angry, but I want to keep on to yielding for now. Depressed and afraid. Yielding and afraid. Lonely and afraid. These are all awful. Lonely and cheerful. 2 and 1. Okay. Week 24 next. Okay, alright. So what's the lore outfit? Boost Faith the Priestess robe. Aww, it's cute. But back to lore classes. Horde Viveni on the back of tentacle monsters of the Valley of Need. Item Domain of Malini wants a single island cluster instead of a cluster. Novan Empire, all the major dukes and duchess of Lumens conquered their enemies with beams of light and terrible summoned monsters. They eventually broke loose, killing their captors and destroying the old capital on Catherine Lake. So you need like History 90, I think, to learn about the old capital on Catherine Lake if you go by history. But if you go by lore, it's only down in 60. Okay, and now that we're there, Willful +2, because I want the anger back up. Does Juliana got anything for me now? Celine's a lumen, angry +1, didn't need to know. Where'd she get a crystal? All lumens of the domain are supposed to have been wiped out 200 years ago, except for your ancestor. We're here to train you, don't need to know anything more. Can I order her to explain? Presence failed, but conversation success. Your duty is to me and Nova. Renegade lumens pose a threat to the entire domain. If there's a secret cabal of magic used, you need to know about it. There's no cabal. Celine and your mother and I were the only Newmans that I knew before you. They didn't know about Lucille. 200 years ago, my ancestors accepted public disgrace, so that one trained lumen would survive when all others perish. We have borne that shame ever since, to preserve the training and lore for the future of Nova. Do not tell me of my duty, princess. I am sworn not to queens, but to Nova. Queens die, the magic must not. But we got an extra point of anger, so if I go 1, 2, and then 1, anger will get to be the dominant trait. And I do kind of want that. So that was Lore and Juliana on week 24. Week 25. We have divination check, and then we're gonna have Briony pretty soon. How's our conversational skills? Flattery. I'm probably going to want do some flattery and some presence. How's my presence right now? 31. Let's do elegance instead. Flattery and elegance. Only gets to 49. Okay, double flattery then. Get conversation up. That is fine for now. Damn it, cheerful, you're not supposed to be buzzing out there. It's supposed to be angry right now. Ugh. Well, willful, lonely. The only depression I have is a 10 court for +1. I guess I'm doing church again this week. Yielding hurts weapons. Cheerful hurts weapons. So either way, I can't do weapons just yet. Not that I need to. I won't need that until Talaris comes around. Then let's do elegance. There's nothing against agility, actually. So I could do agility for right now. Reflexes, in particular. Just a couple of points reflexes. Unpleasant news. Talaris Ducasenna instituted high tariffs and trade restrictions at the Elok border. All because I insulted him to his face saying I'm too young to marry him. Large amounts of discretionary funds remaining. Could easily handle the situation. Okay. 2. We'll bump up and make anger the dominant trait now. A 10 court, depressed, pressured, and yielding. Not, wrong way. I meant to do sneak outside. which would give willful. Back to 24. Juliana again, talk to you, order to explain. Week 25, it's flattery in church. And then the next week, we put some agility in for reflexes. Sneak outside, willful and lonely. Making her angry princess. Angry priestly princess. Get those sword classes in. Weapons and weapons, swords and swords. Wooden sword for grips and stances. Slow swings for precisely marked targets. Build up muscle and control. Drill with a partner. Attack and block. Birthday celebration for Gwinnell. Of course we'll go. More cheerfulness. Pray it away. Attend church. Then comes week 28. We'll do archery, and then pole arms, and then back to sword. Uncle Laurent, Aunt Lucille are here along with all 3 other children. This doesn't happen if you don't make Aunt Lucille your minister. If Aunt Lucille is not your minister, she still wants to destroy you. And so she sends bandits and keeps her family away. Mommy said after your coronation I could come and stay at the castle with you, and we could talk about, magic. That's great. The assembled nobles are not eager to converse with Countess Nyx or the family. The position of Lumen minister may be damaging Aunt Lucille's social cachet. Flattery success, flatter them both. Avoid all the social landmines. We have lore for Briony, so we know about the capital. Lore success. Offer to help. Willful, -1 lonely. Which puts us closer to pressure. But if we attend court now, 2, 2, 1, and then angry will still be dominant. Archery and attend court. Alright, plus pressure. So 0, 1, 2, 2, still angry. That's the important thing. Main menu, keep these good saves going. Then classes in polearms, that'll unlock the ability to train swords beyond 50. New outfit unlocked for combat. And since conversation should still be good, we should be able to talk her out. Ask about the parents. Read between the lines. +1 anger. Even better. So let's get more willfulness in. Or we could talk to Juliana some more. What else have you got for us? Attack an enemy lumen and you win them on crystal? Can't combine them? Dangerous endeavor. Pressure. Not a project to work on. Lore successful. In the past, all dukes and duchesses and nova were lumens. Wouldn't that mean they're surviving heirs? Those crystals must be out there somewhere. More pressure, which I hate to pick up on because it's so hard to get rid of reliably. But for now, week 30. Week 29 was Polearms and Juliana. Week 30, Rosette Swordsman's outfit. Tabard to boost weapons. Mint flavored now. That reminds me of a minty flavor of green, you know? That's a very mint color. Let's do swords. Swords up. Week 30. We only have 6 weeks until Tagami comes. Practice sidestepping, charging, lunging, disarm opponents or shove them backwards. Spar with a partner, trading blows, all looking for openings to tag each other. Work with the metal blade, getting a feel for its weight. I should also get my boost magic up. +1 cheerful. Let's get willful going. Angry doesn't hurt my... It hurts royal demeanor, so if I want more presence, I can't. I should get more royal presence. And I should also improve my lumen ability. So let's do some sneaking outside, get rid of pressure. Swords and sneak out on week 30. All the fun of week 31. My lumen skills are still phenomenal despite all that, and still plus 2.3 because of Mystical and Lumen all being trained up. Okay, Lumen. Let's better learn how to wield magic. There is my blade of solid light, all I really needed. Divination failed. My meager little points aren't good enough. No ciphering, so we don't know what's going on with her family. Hope she's happier now. We are that pathetic at ciphery skills. So 1 and 2. No, if I want royal demeanor, then I want to get yielding again. Dungeons is no effect. And anger hurts royal demeanor. I could pull it down. I'm going to need to drop the anger anyway. But skills-wise, it kind of gets me stuck then. I don't think I need especially high sword skill. Depressed and afraid. Depressed and afraid would drop both of these down. 1, 2, and then 1. Down by 1 though. I need yielding to be 2. That'll still be 2 there. Well, either way. And +1 pressure, I hate that. Lonely and afraid, that'll counteract the pressure. Lonely, afraid. Okay, either way. Got no choice but to be angry for 1 more week. What else do we study? Right, it was Wield Magic last week. Wield Magic, and then Explore Castle. In case I mess something up and have to go all the way back to week 31. 32, still angry, can't derail demeanor, expression, animals, or medicine. Could put some extra point into reflexes. What else could I do? Intrigue is at rock bottom. Faith could some more lore in. Let's say I do. 80 plus 20 reflexes is 100. That could be good enough for Togami. Let me get more lore in. I probably won't need 100. That brings it to 90. That's way too much. That's way too much. Lumen may willingly surrender control of his or her magic to another. Not the worst thing if I max it out here. Even if it is kind of a waste. Hold a tournament. Here. What I'll do is 1 class in swords, because I'm still angry, so get a bonus to it. And then 1 class in lore. And if I want more lore than that, I could always wear the priestly outfit to impress Juliana. Draw on your blade, striking short. At short notice, thrusting the blade through armor to disable or kill. Elodie is a lore fiend. Shiny Luna plays 1, welcome. And in this playthrough, she kind of is, since learning about the royal capital feels cheaper on lore than going through history. Employment, gold. We'll give him employment. Doesn't matter too much anyway. And then, if I go yielding now, then it's still going to be tied with anger though, because it'll be 2 for 2. It's still going to be 2 for 2. I suppose I could just drop anger at this moment, then it'll be 1 to 2. And then cheerful will take dominance, which won't hurt if I want to put some points to roll demeanor and presence. Okay. Depression and fear will still make them equal. Lonely and afraid. 2 versus 2 with cheerful on the left. Alright. Explore the castle again. That was sword, lore, and then explore. Cheerful, so for now, 100 sword in a time for the tournament. She won't win, of course. Only if she can play the harp and sing like an angel. But let's get some elegance started. Elegance to raise my presence later. Mounted parade, fencing. Let's give fencing a go. Here the devotees of the blade can challenge each other to duels fought only for points, not blood and honor. You win your first match to uproarious applause, but are soon overpowered by more experienced competitors. Still, you did very well for your first tournament. Not even the princess survives her first tournament. So let's see. Cheerful's up. Bam bam and bam and bam. Finally get back into yielding. I've already forgotten what week 3 was. Elegance, right? Then 4, week 34, with Togami on the horizon. Hey, Swedish guy, we have gotten good. We gotten good enough to have actually beaten the game earlier this morning. But then I wanted more, because I had a very good ending, but it wasn't good enough. And that's right, Luna Plays, no duel today. That requires what? I'd have to piss somebody off to get them to want to duel with me. Kevin's a pretty easy one, but managed to sidestep his anger, and Briony is not dead, so even less reason to want me dead. I will admit, though, that the last time I played this, like, way years ago, I wasn't the best at navigating the social intrigue, so doing the tournament would have required a duel more often. I might have had to kill a guy. It's kind of like Crusader Kings 2, where when you start the game off, you're sloppy, and so you have to do some assassinations and intrigue, and the more you play it, even without trying, you start avoiding the accidental bodies that just seem to pile up. Presents. Want my presents today. Classes, presents and presents. And then the ships from Sanjia, +1 fear. Soldiers don't matter too much, since we're not going to win at sea anyway. Could if I wanted to, but not on this build. But might as well, got plenty of money to spare. Stay in the capital. If I were to direct the fleet, our aunt is also Lumen Minister, right? She could help us out. But I'm pretty sure at too much power you summon the Kraken, and that's no good. But I forget if having her help out prevents that? Either way, we're going for Togami's head this time. And if my math is right, Wield Magic we did on week 31, so we should be alright on that. Sword we've gotten pretty high up. Stat-wise, we should be good for the end. I'm pretty sure we got what we need to finish off Togami. And with Lucille out of the way, it's just coast. But of course, everything is going to raise loneliness. Yielding and afraid, depression afraid, less cheerfulness, cheerful and lonely, cheerful and yielding and lonely. Let's make her happy. Wander those gardens. Which gives her conversation and athletics. And athletics. Athletics is an agility though. Running, climbing, swimming. But I could put a bit more to reflexes. Flexibility this week, dancing next week. Week 35 now. He's coming in next week, so what about if I do 2 points of reflexes, that'll bring it up to 40. 40 plus 100 with magic at 76 should be more than enough to survive him. Can now play sports on the weekend. 35 weeks into the game. And the fleet, nobody cares about that. Cheerfulness is still high, but so is loneliness. 3, 3, and 3. Then if he sneaks out, be 3, 1, and then 3. No, then 4. Oh! Sports is minus lonely! My minus lonely's been hiding there the entire time. Build up some anger for having lost your fleet at sea. Keeping herself in a cheerful mood despite her country's invasion. So how about... Sword is at 100 without the tabard. $94.9? $94.4? I think I'll keep it on then. Maximize out that potential. And then put 1 class today into magic to max that out. And then what else? Extra presence to be super stern. Presence and wield magic. Presence to 90. Then wield to 100. Probably more than I'll ever need for this. Foreign intelligence and world history fail. Sense magic, but he's already going to announce himself anyway. Composure and manners failed. Don't pretend to be my friend when you're killing my people. It's true though, Eldai, preach your truth. His rules, his game, for her life, but she's been spending her life preparing for this. Since his power is strong, learn everything he possibly could. Offer to give power. Nah. Marriage alliance. Nah. Accept his terms. He wants a duel, we'll give him a duel. Trade attacks. 1 spell sense and countered by another. Reserving your strength as much as possible. Might almost be exciting if the life weren't on the line. Need to end this quickly before his experience allows him to come up with a trick he can't defeat. He's used to dealing with magical attacks, but he might not be expecting a physical one. Perhaps if you rushed him, you could take him off guard. Up close he couldn't use his fancy spells, but what would you do then? Still have to use magic to win, can't just grab him and bang his head against the floor. But I don't see why not. If he bashes his head in, then no more magic and we win. Focus your power into the shape of a sword and attack him with that? Or could distract him somehow? Nah. Dazzle him with the magical sword. And this time, with the actual sword skill to back it up. Motes of shimmering moonlight coalesce into a weapon in your hand. Reflexes plus sword success? 140 could be enough. You first lunge. He dodges, rolling to the ground. But you recover quickly and strike again. In the confined space of the warded circle, there is nowhere for him to run. The final strike of your moonblade parts his head from his shoulders. You have won. And in doing so, there's basically no threat left. We can make her a cheerful, happy girl and coast the rest of the game. Let's see. Currently angry, though. Lonely and afraid. Yielding and afraid, visit the dungeons. One, two. I want to introduce fear to her at the very least. Pray away the anger. She has taken a life this day and now she must cleanse herself. Lest her anger consume her. And now it's just cake from here on out. To see if doing things this way improves our lumen standing with the public. That's really what the second one's all about. But until then, lore, meditation, divination, what else to give her? It's all bonus anyway. Let's give her dancing. She was awful at dancing, right? Nah, let's give her decoration. Public speaking, court manners. Court manners. She is lacking. She's a queen after all, not just a general. Making up for all those failed checks elsewhere in the game. Once you defeated the King of Sanjia in a duel, the invasion was meant to be over. In practice, it is not quite so easy to expel a foreign army from your lands, but he promised! Particularly when the leadership is falling apart. The remaining Sanjian generals seem surprisingly eager to go home and left without a fuss. But a large number of soldiers had broken ranks and run amok, looting and pillaging their way through Nova just for fun. A number of royal holdings have been damaged and valuables stolen. Not only do you lose them, but you have to pay for repairs. With so many renegades on the loose, Nova seems likely to have severe bandit problems for years to come. When Togami died, he left behind a crystal, a mauve lumen crystal with glimmers of pink where it catches the light. Such a pretty bauble from such an ugly event. Since Nova won the duel, this crystal is now your rightful prize, but you have no idea what to do with it. For now, you lock it away in the royal treasury. Can I decide? I don't see question mark options. Okay. Anger's a bit lower, cheerful is up. Sneak out to nullify loneliness. No, loneliness goes down to 2, but nullify kneeling. Kneeling, yielding. No. What are words anyway? Manners is good, presence is great. Give her some elegance. Now that her ascendance to the throne is guaranteed. Visitors have arrived to help you prepare for the upcoming festivities. Your family. Good day to you, niece. I hope all is well. Hi, Lottie. Mummy said you have all the best tutors and I should take classes with you. Great. Time will slip by, weeks remain. We got the money, we had thousands in the bank. Keep it extravagant. Question marks here. Oh, Lottie, do you want to become a proper Lumen? Hi, Lottie. Hi. What's the matter? Now that she's a minister, Mummy's been telling me more about lumens. She wants me to learn about magic so I can be one when I'm older. But she says I need a crystal. And the only way to get one is when she dies. Or when you die. Nuh-uh, Charlotte, we got a bonus one for you. We got 2. I don't want to be a lumen anymore. Don't worry, we're both going to live for a very long time. Really? I promise. Oh, that's it? It's not here, Charlotte. Got a spare one for you? One that almost matches your eyes? Public speaking next. Conversation. It occurs to me she's got no reason to be sitting in this tabard anymore. Castle's buzzing. Don't know flowers though. Who should we marry? Charlotte isn't gonna be an option. And because we weren't sweet on Bryn this time, there's no option where if you want Bryn, she suggests marrying her brother first. The Sword Queen, why wouldn't she wear her tabard? Technically, it was a magical sword. So technically, she's a magical Sword Queen. And Seat is even younger than Adair. Talaris, we just pissed off. If we were going to marry him anyway, then what's the point of having rejected him so insultingly before? Shall choose no one this time. You're in no hurry to get married. You have a country to run. No question mark options. +1 anger, but minus lonely. It's week 40 already. That's basically it. Minus cheerful. We have the chance to get rid of the anger, but because cheerful, she dares to be happy. They want to smooth that out before anger. Well, she has her family this time. Her aunt wasn't executed. Her uncle wasn't banished. But she still misses her mom, so she could be a little bit lonely. Fear plus. Fear plus depressed. Fear plus lonely. Fear plus lonely. Not a drop of anger or fear in her. Bit of a willful child that yields to no one. A little lonely because it's been a year and mom is still dead, but ultimately she's in a good headspace now. And about coronation time, so might as well put her in her royal regalia. Give us the epilogue. Did I accomplish my objectives? So because we didn't have the presence to send Siren away, this time, he actually does become engaged to Siren. As Lumen Minister, Lucille requisitioned the Mauve crystal that Elodie had taken for the Sanjian king and offered it to her daughter. Excellent, nobody has to die. Auntie! Somewhat to Elodie's surprise, Charlotte was able to activate the crystal's power and bond with it, becoming Nova's youngest lumen, upstaging me on the eve of my own coronation. The young queen wondered if something in the careful ritual of Togami's duel had affected the crystal's resonance. Surely her favorite cousin could not have the same personality as that madman. Following Elodie's victory over the Sanjian king, the public opinion of lumens rose to a height that hadn't been seen in 100 years. Young children would dress up and play at being magical kings and queens. Actually got it this time, even if he didn't have the public speech with Juliana at that one criminal's execution. Aunt is Lumen Minister. Very publicly beat the Sanjian king with our magical prowess. Freed from the need for secrecy, Duchess Juliana and the priestess Celine were able to announce their shared magical powers and their love. At Elodie's prompting, the lovers pledged their devotion to each other in a private ceremony, after which Celine retired from the priesthood to accompany her wife to Ursule. This is even better than the ending we got this morning. As neither of them intended to bear children of the body, Juliana made arrangements for her niece Brienne to be declared heir, the next heir to the Duchy of Ursule, as well as the inheritor of her crystal. Brienne's mother, Corisande, hoped that the training necessary to make her flighty daughter into a future magical girl warrior would keep her out of worse trouble. Dressed up in orange Sailor Fuku? And is that the crystal that we got off that one criminal? Because if so, then I guess that sidesteps the issue of orange-eyed, angry Kivan getting the crystal and becoming even worse. After the failed invasion, relations with Sanji remained tense. First came the recriminations and demand from the Queen of Sanjia, devastated by the death of her husband, which Elodie ignored. Next came the subtler approaches, the quiet gratitude and offers for alliances from ministers who were thrilled to see Togami gone. Elodie ignored those also, which was just as well, since the next thing to arrive was a preserved head of one of those traitorous ministers, sent by the Queen of Sanjia as a warning. There was no sign of war in the immediate future, but there was not likely to be an alliance either. So what's the trade-off? This time we have the Lumens as public heroes, but in exchange Sanjia is not an ally of us, and their queen is rightfully pissed off that we slew her husband. But in all fairness, he killed Mom. We don't know it on this route. Elodie refused to be rushed into marriage, wanting for herself the strong romantic connection that her parents had once had. It was many years before she was at last swept off her feet by a young earl with sparkling green eyes and a talent for pastry. He enjoyed surprising the queen with new confections and even prepared their wedding cake. The marriage produced 2 daughters, who were perhaps a little spoiled by their parents' indulgent affection. Invention of the printing press would be the same as last time, same as a hospital, and still has her. I guess because we put so many max points into magic. Her emphasis is to be a magical queen and retaking the old capital. I'm pretty sure this slide changes based on what your highest stats are in. But it's not a bad ending to have. She gets a pretty secure Nova either way. And what harm could be done by eliminating these threats, making the land a bit safer and retaking the old capital? But I should think that is gonna be it for tonight. We beat the game with the original route we were working on. And then having done that, and being dissatisfied with the treatment of Lumens, went ahead and tried for a second ending, which actually did end up being quite nice for us. Most everything the same, except no peace with Sanjia. Land still gets ravaged by war either way. But at least now our own people, Lumen and Mundane alike, get to be safe and accepted. So, primary and bonus objectives accomplished for today. So with that though, I think that I am going to call it here for now. As much fun as Long Live the Queen is. Been so many years since playing it, but it's worth picking up again. We still haven't done a high cruelty evil Elodie though. So maybe at some point in the future we'll give that a look. But that'll be after I give it some extra distance. 2 full playthroughs is a lot for a couple of weeks, and for 2 days at that. So for now, folks, let me see who is online to raid. Schubert is online right now, but is anybody playing Long Live the Queen? Anybody else in the category? Surprisingly, no. What the heck, guys? People keep on sleeping on these quality games I keep playing. Oh well. Then I guess we'll go raid Schubert. So stick around, folks, for the raid to say hi to the orange. And thank you all for hanging for however long it could be. Always a pleasure having you guys with me, so for now, enjoy the rest of your night. And I will see you guys the next time I see you. Not sure what the next one is going to be because we do have new Zelda coming out pretty soon. So don't exactly want anything to interrupt that. So we'll see what we do till then. Thanks again for hanging. And I'll see you guys next time. Stick around for the raid. Say hi to Shoops because the raid is going to be right this second. Get out of here.